Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have 10 hearings in the case of a 14-year-old child whose violent and entitled behavior towards her mother and little sisters keeps landing her in juvenile detention. She has lots of issues in detention, including being rude and disrespectful to the staff, not listening to or doing what she's told, causing problems with the other kids, not doing her chores, and trying to skip ahead or rush through the assignments given to her in an attempt to be released sooner. When she is released, she immediately starts acting out and bullying her mother again. Instead of being honest with probation about how bad it was getting, her mother downplayed her issues until it all blew up in her face and the child was returned to Juvie indefinitely. Now Mom is moving back to California, and both she and her daughter are lashing out at the judge when they realize that the judge won't just drop the matter and let the child take off to a new state. Will this child be able to manipulate the judge into doing what she wants? Let's find out.
All right, the next matter is the State of Michigan versus Victoria Ruiz. That's file J-23-156-DL. All right, make sure we got everybody with us. Like we have Mom with us. We have Dad. Is Dad going to be with us today?
I don't think he has participated, Judge.
All right. Just thought I'd check. All right, we are on the record in the matter of Victoria Ruiz. Victoria is with us. We have Mr. Delaney, Ms. Brucker from the prosecutor's office, Riley DeFighter from juvenile caseworker, and her supervisor, Ms. Johnson, is with us as well. Today is set for a continued inquiry hearing on petition 25-3, and then also a review hearing. I believe Victoria is coming to us from the Ottawa County Detention Center in the RISE Residential Treatment Program. And we adjourned our inquiry hearing to give Mr. Delaney an opportunity to speak with his client. Mr. Delaney, how would you like to proceed today as to the petition?
I believe Victoria will admit to the petition. Let me ask Ms. Brooker, we've been here a couple of times on similar charges. Was there an offer or simply that she would admit to the current altercation she had with her mother? And I say current, I know it's not a brand new one, but was there an offer?
There's no offer on it, Dave.
Okay, so I think, and as I indicated, if I could ask Ms. Brooker, what's the date of this altercation? Do you have that before you? If I could burden you.
May the 1st.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Victoria, we have some other things we're going to discuss with the judge today, but we also discussed that you did have a fight with your mom on May 1st, and you've had fights with her before. And I think we agreed that you would admit that to the judge, that you had a fight, either you threw something or pushed her. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Victoria, I want you to listen carefully because I'm going to tell you what you're charged with first to kind of remind you of that, because it's been a while since we've been here to court. Then I'm going to tell you what your rights are in regard to that. Make sure that you understand all of those things. And if you have any questions, you'll have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Delaney as your attorney for those things as well. So the charge against you reads as follows. It says that on or about May 1st of 2025 in Otsego County, that you did commit the offense of domestic violence in that you did make an assault or an assault and battery upon Melissa Reichscroft Gonzalez, a resident or former resident of your household. Do you understand the nature of that allegation made against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If this were a criminal offense, this is a juvenile offense, but if it were a criminal offense, it would have a maximum penalty of 93 days and or a $500 fine. Because it's a juvenile offense, I would have the ability to place you in home or out of home, as you are currently out of the home now. I would have the ability to put you on probation. I could require you to have services, educational, treatment, rehabilitation, all of those kinds of things. I could require community service work. I could put you in detention. I could require fines and costs, and all of those kinds of things are all available to me. Do you understand the types of penalties that the court could give to you if you were to enter a plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You would also have certain rights, and I want to explain those to you so that you know what you're giving up. So if you don't understand, make sure that you ask me a question about them. Right now, you have the right to have a trial by a judge or by a jury. You'd have the right to continue to be represented by Mr. Delaney as your attorney. You'd have the right to see, hear, and question all the witnesses against you at a trial. You'd have the right to present witnesses and evidence for your own defense, and you could get an order from the court called a subpoena to require those witnesses to appear and testify. At a trial, you could testify or you could remain silent. If you chose to remain silent, that silence could not be used against you. You'd also have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and to have that burden of proof remain with the probation or the prosecutor's office at all times. Finally, at a trial, you'd also have the right to automatically appeal any error at that trial. However, if you enter a plea, you'd be limited to asking the court for permission to appeal, and that might not be granted. Do you understand all of those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions about any of those rights?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you enter a plea today, that all of those trial rights, other than Mr. Delaney continuing to represent you, all of the other trial rights would be gone, they'd be waived, and you wouldn't have them anymore because there would not be a trial, you'd be entering a plea. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand so I can swear you in, so I can take some testimony from you. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you put your hand down. Has anybody promised you anything in order to get you to enter this plea today?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you in any way to get you to plead today?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had an adequate opportunity to speak with your lawyer about any questions that you might have about the plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Reichstroff Gonzalez, as the mother, do you have any objection to what your daughter is doing, entering a plea today?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And is this with your okay that I take a plea from her today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Victoria, I'm going to then ask you what it is that you did on May the 1st that makes you believe that you committed an assault or an assault and battery upon your mother, who was a resident or former resident of your household. What did you do that was assaulted?
Your Honor, if I'm being completely honest, I don't remember.
All right, let me take a look at, Mr. Delaney, I'm looking at a police report, MSP number 73-1523-25. Do you have any objection to me, based on lack of memory, reviewing that report to get a factual basis?
No, and I think what she means is, unfortunately, they've had a lot of altercations and she doesn't recall this, so it's not a denial, but that'd be appropriate.
And that is how I'm taking it. I'm not taking it as she's having an attitude problem right now. I'm taking it as she truthfully didn't understand or didn't remember this particular incident. So
Right.
I'm taking it, I believe I'm taking it as she's trying to offer it to me.
Correct.
So let me take a look at this report. Ms. Brucker, do you believe that that's the appropriate report for me to review?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, I've reviewed the report of Trooper Carlson from the State Police and Trooper Rybinski, also from the State Police. It's MSP number 73-1523-25 from May 1st of 2025. It indicates that they were called to the scene of the home involving Melissa Ricecroft, the mother, and Victoria Ruiz, the daughter, and the 15-year-old before us today. At that time, Ms. Ricecroft and Melissa both indicated that there was an argument that they had over dishes. Ms. Ricecroft, the mother, was disciplining while doing chores, having Victoria do chores. Victoria got angry about that particular chore and was cursing and yelling in front of the younger children in the home, began to punch holes in the drywall in a fit of rage, and that escalated into an argument between the mother and the daughter. And then Victoria got into the mother's face and shoved her backwards in an aggressive manner, and the police were then called. And I believe that all occurred within Otsego County, and it establishes a factual basis for the charge of domestic violence, the relationship being mother-daughter, residing in the same household, and the assaultive behavior being the yelling, screaming, and then more importantly, the pushing action against the mother by the daughter. And so I will accept that plea, finding that it's knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily given. All right. Having done that, let me just make some notes so I recall what we're doing. We will have juvenile division do a report, and we'll have a dispositional hearing set in the future at a time to be set by the court in the future. Ms. Bruker, is there anything else we need to do as far as the plea goes itself that you're aware of?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Delaney, are you satisfied that we've completed the plea appropriately?
Yes, and obviously my client would like to address the court through me on her detention status, but as to the plea, okay.
I'm going to do that as part of the review hearing portion of this. So I'm happy to do that.
Thank
I
you.
just want to make sure that we've got that part completed, and then we can move on to the review portion of that. So,
Yes.
All right. As to that, great. So, all right. As to the review portion, I have been provided with a review report from the juvenile department, Ms. DeFighter as a juvenile caseworker. Mr. Delaney, have you received a copy of that report?
I have, yes.
All right. I'm going to ask Ms. DeFighter if she could, in general, kind of inform me how things have been going in the time period since the last court report.
Your Honor, Victoria was placed on May 27th, 2025 at Ottawa County's Juvenile Detention Center. So that was 49 days ago. To start, there are multiple concerns for Victoria. The first is her attitude and behavior, as well as her lack of respect towards Ms. Johnson and myself. Victoria has used profanity and vulgar language to blame the probation department for her placement. The second concern for Victoria is that she is not taking the RISE program seriously. And the third concern for Victoria is her manipulative behavior being viewed during her weekly Zoom meetings. Victoria is often seen laughing and joking with her treatment caseworker, establishing a friend-to-friend relationship. The probation department has been receiving Victoria's progress reports from the staff at the center, and I will be noting some progresses, good and bad, that I have received. When she first got to the center, it was reported that Victoria was respectful to staff and overall does a really well job with redirections. Ms. Johnson did receive an email from the RISE program staff in regards to Victoria wanting to see her mother and come home after 30 days to, quote, work something out with the probation department. On June 3rd, we set up weekly Zoom meetings with Victoria. The probation department expressed our fear of Victoria not returning to the program once out on a weekend home pass. Staff reported her mood the rest of the week was fairly good. She was redirected every day, but only for something small like chatting outside of her pod, jokingly saying shut up, or other comments. On June 6th, this was our first meeting. The meeting was just with Victoria and I, and her treatment caseworker was present as well, but just to supervise. She presented bad attitude towards me in my conversations. We were talking about her mom possibly moving from Otsego County to elsewhere, and I asked, why is that? And she replied, I don't know, I'm stuck here. Staff reported that she needed to receive more redirections for her swearing, antagonizing, talking out of turn, mouthing off, and looking at other pods to talk about boys. On June 8th, her room was searched and a small folded note was found reading, "You made fine, hit my line, I know you have time." She states she did not write it, but she does not know where it came from. More redirection was needed for antagonizing others, talking over top of peers, and overall redirection of general experiences. June 11th, she was checked for language and had some more timeouts. June 13th, this was our second meeting with Victoria. This was just her and I, as well as her treatment caseworker. Victoria states she is learning positive things and taking accountability for her actions, but then later in this meeting, she told me she's not learning anything because it's easy. She then asks me why she had to be here for 120 days if she can complete the program in 65, and also wanted to know why she had to wait forever for a home pass. As I was trying to explain to my best of my abilities, Victoria told me she was actually done talking to me because, quote, I am uneducated and new. June 15th, she got redirected for arguing and bickering with her peers and for calling a different peer a nickname of Mexican. Same day, she received a notice of discipline for being disruptive and yelling from her room during a lockdown after a peer was making threats about her. It was reported she was taking accountability for this, so that was really good. June 18th, the probation department received an email requesting that Victoria is asking for a home pass on the 27th of June if Melissa can attend the weekly meetings with Ms. Johnson and myself, and if her time can be changed from 120 days to 90 days. June 20th, we had our third meeting. Ms. Johnson was present for this one as well. Victoria states she has been learning a lot from this program, and Melissa and Victoria will be attending family counseling to work on boundaries, communication, and anger to create a better relationship, and she is on step 4 of her program book. June 21st, it was reported that she had very low efforts but was respectful to others and kept to herself. June 23rd, Ms. Johnson called Melissa and she states Victoria has been frequently writing to her, practically begging her to come home and begging Melissa to talk to Ms. Johnson to let her out before the target date of 120 days. Victoria also told Melissa that she's being bullied and people are, quote, setting her up by planting notes in her shoes and rooms. At this point, Melissa reports she is nervous for Victoria. If she gets a home pass, she fears that she will not return. June 27th, this was our fourth meeting with Victoria. Ms. Johnson was also present. Victoria told us that she's on step 6 of her program book, but Victoria cannot remember what steps she has done or what previous steps she had already did. She is very reluctant on trying to figure this out with the program book being right next to her and will not talk to us about the steps she has learned because she, quote, can't remember. When asked about presenting these steps, she says, quote, I just do it. We got into a conversation about possibly being prescribed medications, and Victoria has strong feelings about medications, stating she doesn't need them and doesn't want them because the only problem she has is her anger. I questioned her about the way she was presenting herself towards us. She said she was just tired. Ms. Johnson questioned her manipulative behavior, and Victoria started eye rolling. In my report, I documented the exact language that was used, and I will read it word for word for clarity. However, I want to note that there is a racial slur included, and out of respect, I will not say that word. I will indicate it when I reach that part so full context remains clear. For reference, it is bullet point 8. It's June 27th on the following page towards the end of that paragraph. It says, Victoria stated, I ain't kissing no ass. Conversation then escalated to, nah, bro, I am not going to fucking talk to you, bro, and I'm finna not talk to you no more. Miss Johnson asked if she could finish what she was saying, and Victoria said, no, you keeping me 120 days, bro. I don't give a fuck. Get this N-word off the screen, the fuck. Her treatment caseworker finally stepped in saying, we had a code word for if you started to get frustrated and we could have ended this meeting. Why didn't you use it? Victoria replied, I'm done, fuck you both. Later that day, she was redirected for negative comments about her PO. The progress report doesn't give me any further explanation as to what this was about, assuming it's about Ms. Johnson and I. July 1st, she had an overall good day, but needed redirection for language, boundaries with staff, conversations with peers, more language, and personal time expectations. After a phone call at the end of the night, she was very upset and needed redirections for language and staff bashing. July 2nd, she started her shift with a negative attitude toward staff, but it improved as the night went on. She was redirected for nicknames and continuously referring to her peer as a different name than their own. July 3rd, our fifth and final meeting up until this point, it was on via Zoom. I asked how things were going, and Victoria replied, "I haven't been learning anything. I've been just chilling, not gonna lie." She says she doesn't know what step she's on and she doesn't care to tell me. Victoria turned to asking, "Why can't my mom be in these meetings? If she can't be in our meetings, then I won't talk to you guys, bro. I just won't." She stated, "This program is, quote, not beneficial to me at all, bro." I've started to explain that Melissa is not attending all of these meetings based on how it went last time, but she interrupted me and said, "I don't want to fucking talk to you, bro." Victoria continued to escalate the situation, and I asked, "Do you have anything respectful to say to me?" She said, "No, fuck you." I did mention that this would be all on her review hearing, and she replied, "I don't fucking care, bro." Later that day, staff says she was on task but redirected for swearing. July 4th, one of Victoria's peers asked staff for a larger size tampon, and Victoria made a comment of, "Girl, how big is your ... The staff did not finish that note. Later that day, it was reported Victoria also made it to a point to express that she, quote, lacks energy or drive to care about detention expectations as she is here 120 days regardless of her behavior. July 7th, she was given a behavior processing or a BP for giving her peer her social media information. July 8th, Victoria had an amazing day but was redirected for sharing staff's first names, so lack of boundaries. July 9th, she was redirected for saying someone smells multiple times and being off task. And July 10th, she did well with no redirections. That is all.
Thank you. What are your recommendations, Ms. DeFighter?
The only recommendation I have at this time is Victoria continue to meet weekly with the probation department via Zoom in a respectful and appropriate manner.
How much time does she continue to have at detention?
Well, she's been in detention for 49 days, so 120 minus 49.
About 70.
Yeah.
71.
Yep,
Okay.
71.
All right. Ms. Brucker, is there any recommendations that you have?
Anything in addition to what probation is already recommending?
Mr. Delaney, your thoughts?
Thank you, Judge. I had a long talk with Victoria yesterday, obviously by telephone. I also spoke with her mother. I've had this case for 2 years. I've met with them. I believe they've been to my office on multiple occasions. And what I told Victoria is that I've had juveniles do much worse things than she has. And there are juvenile courts in this state that deal with much worse criminal activity, but it's the consistency of it. It's the consistency of the anger and the fights with her mom and things like that. Having said that, because people have been giving the negative view of Victoria since we started today, and she's probably earned that badge, she's capable of being a polite person. Some say that's manipulative. Her mother is not an enabler. She comes to court and tells it like it is. She has indicated that she is working in counseling too for some of her behavior, although I think much of it would be in the corner of Victoria. And obviously Victoria wants to come home, and her mother even indicated that she would consider that. Of great concern to the court is that she's home and not long, there's another fight and she's back. And then the court sort of wasted its time giving her the benefit of the doubt. Victoria, and I was reviewing the reports as I was talking to her, was candid enough to say something happened 3 weeks ago. And when I read the report and talked to her, she was consistent about it. And what I said to her was, if your issue was stealing, if you just can't stop stealing from your mom and you shoplift and you said an F-bomb, I think the court could navigate through that. But the file has been the F-bomb and the anger from the beginning. And this was a Zoom call. I mean, I don't want to make excuses for her. Was in a Zoom call. So they weren't even in the same room, and it wasn't really her mom. And they talked about medication that got under her skin, and she went off on a tirade. She has to decide what it's going to take to control that behavior. She has to do that now. I think that even her mom would admit sometimes mom's had a long day. She's raising other children. She's working hard. She has a lot on her plate, and maybe she comes home and it's not the best day for her. But with Victoria's history, she has to walk away from that, even if it's not her fault. She's got to find a way. In summertime, it's easier. In wintertime, it's cold outside. She's got to find a way to handle that because she's not going to get the benefit of the doubt. And I told her it's hard for me to lobby for the court to ask you to go home. Certainly not today or anytime soon, because the last event was 3 weeks ago. And it was exactly what you're in trouble for. You didn't assault anybody, but it's that behavior. So the court, Victoria sees all of this, and you've got to earn that with the court. I think that what I can ask the court to do is for her to earn that. Have her mother lobby for her, have the caseworkers, the juvenile caseworkers lobby for her. And I told her, I know both the caseworkers, Judge. They're very reasonable. They haven't met the unreasonable juvenile probation officer that works in Detroit. And there's no reason for her to retaliate that way. She earns their trust and their good marks, and mom's, and perhaps even Miss Bruker. And this assault was in May, so it's not obviously a brand new assault with her incarceration. Then I would ask the court to give the discretion, but she's going to have to prove that to the court. And Victoria, what the court heard today is not good. You're 15, 16, 17, you're going to be off probation. You've been on way too long. I know I'm doing the lecturing for the court, but I wear two hats. I act in your best interest, and I also advocate for you. But I have to be realistic here. So I would ask the court, in conclusion, is to give her the opportunity to prove that and indicate what it takes to prove that, not just she behaved for a day. What can she do to earn the court's return home, and to give that discretion to the juvenile office? Thank you.
Victoria, I'm going to give you an opportunity to tell me anything that you want me to hear as well. So this is your opportunity to let me know how things are going with you, what you think should be done, and why you think that. So go ahead, please.
I have nothing to say, Your Honor.
How fast do you want to come home?
As soon as possible.
How do you think you can get there?
Finishing this treatment.
What needs to change with you?
My attitude.
What about your attitude?
Showing respect.
Okay. How often and in what way?
How often? When I'm talking to elders.
When somebody makes you mad, does that make it okay for you to unload on them verbally?
No, Your Honor.
Why not?
It's not the right thing to do.
So why do you continue to do it?
I don't think.
What do you think that I can do to get you to learn that lesson?
Nothing. I gotta learn it on my own.
Do you hear what you're saying?
Yeah.
Is it resonating with you?
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying by that? Is it going down deep? Are you able to put that inside yourself and say, yeah, that's really what needs to happen here? Do you get that down deep inside yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because that is the lesson. Mr. Delaney was correct. That you have not done, while you've done something wrong, you can't push your mom, you can't do the other things that brought you to the detention. You can't do those things, but you're not the worst criminal in the world. And I don't look at you like the worst criminal in the world. But what I see is an angry young woman. And the reason that you're not at home right now is because your mom has got other young kids at home. And I'm not going to have you spewing anger and hurt and that kind of language all over those other kids. Now, I'm not convinced. In fact, I'm convinced exactly the opposite. I think that you could go home in a minute if you would show the appropriate amount of respect to those people that are around you. If you would, instead of spewing that anger and that hurt, if you would go into counseling and work through those issues that you have, I could let you go home. And I think that you're smart enough to understand that. I listened very carefully to the report that was given to me. I heard that initially you were doing good things at Rise, that you were appropriate with your language, that you were appropriate with your actions. I heard the word respectful being used on occasion. Okay. And as you got there longer, it appears to me that you kind of gave up on, well, I'm not going to get out of here anytime soon, so I might as well just act out. That's the impression that I got. Tell me that I'm wrong.
Nope, you're right.
And it hurts me to believe that you are giving up on yourself, because I see a very intelligent, well-spoken young lady who can and probably will at some point in her life realize how much time she has wasted simply being angry. And how many people she had to hurt before she learned that lesson. Quite frankly, young lady, you control the key. You will get out when you can show me that you can control the anger. I don't know. I'm not a social worker. I'm not a counselor. I'm not a therapist, but I've been doing this long enough. I've been a coach. I've been a dad. I'm a granddad. I see kids on a regular basis in front of me in court. So I'm not going to claim that I'm an expert on you, but this is nothing new to me. And I get it. Teenagers have this up and down. You're still learning how to do things in life. You're still trying to figure out where you're going to be and what you're going to do. The key is in your hand. When you figure out how to shut the door on the anger and not spew it all over everybody else, you can go home. And it probably isn't going to be as quickly as you'd like it to be, because it's going to take some time for you to do that and to prove to me that you can do it on a regular basis. But you've only been there for 49 days. You haven't even been there 2 months yet. You got a long time to go before you get out of there. And quite frankly, I can send you right back there. If you come home and you're just going to put your time in and come home, you're probably going to end up going right back there again. So let's do this the easy way. Let's do the hard work now. Get yourself under control, like I know that you can, and then let's come home and show everybody that you can do this. Because I've got to say to you, the language that I heard directed towards my staff is totally unacceptable. I am not a violent person, and I'm not saying that I would do this, but if you were talking to my staff in front of me, I would be tempted to slap your mouth. And I know that that's inappropriate, okay? But I just got to tell you, that's what that language makes me want to do. Now, I'm old enough and I'm smart enough not to act on that. I get it, all right? But you got to understand that a smart mouth on a young person is not a good thing. I'm talking to you as a remembering my 17-year-old self, my 15-year-old self, and I had a pretty smart mouth on me. I didn't use the language that you use, but I could talk my way around just about anything. Okay. Thankfully, my mom and my dad impressed upon me at an early age that I didn't get to say whatever came to my brain. And I grew to fear my mom and my dad in a good way, because if I stepped over the line, they enforced it. Okay. What I'm telling you is you're at an age now where it's time for you to enforce it. It's time for you to put that check on that, because the language that you used, that's just ridiculously terrible language. You don't get to talk to other people like that. I don't really know why anyone would think that talking ghetto or gangster or whatever it is that you want to call it would ever be appropriate. Why would you want to act that dumb? Why don't you want to be the best person that you could absolutely ever be? Let me put it this way. If you're smart enough to use that kind of language, then you're smart enough to understand why you're using it. And if you're smart enough to understand why you're using it, then you're smart enough to change your own behavior. So if you're not going to change your own behavior when you're smart enough to understand it, and you're smart enough to know that why you're doing it and what you're doing it for, then I have to believe that that is an intentional behavior on your part, that you are intentionally using that language, knowing that it's going to get you in trouble, knowing that you're not going to go back home. So if you want to stay there that bad, then I'm going to keep you there.
Your Honor, can I interject for just a moment?
Please.
I don't know if you're able to view Victoria on the screen and how she's acting and the behavior, the body language that she's really presenting to you is fairly quite poor at this time. The shoulder shrugging, the nodding of the head when you talk about her behavior, her ghetto language that she just smiled about. This is funny to her, Your Honor. This is not a serious conversation to her. And this is kind of the interactions and the behaviors that we've had to endure with her. So you can see plain sight today, this behavior that Victoria's presenting is how she initially starts with us.
Thank you. I believe that I'm probably at the end of your attention span right about now, Victoria. So I'm going to stop talking. I've already told you what we're going to do out of this. You have the key. When you can show me that you can change your behavior, that you change your attitude, that you can change your language, then I'll discuss with you in a reasonable, rational manner how fast you can come home. But until you've learned that lesson and can show it to me on a consistent basis, you're in the proper place where you need to be right now. And you'll stay there for as long as I can keep you there. All right, Mr. Delaney, is there anything else that we need to do today from your perspective?
Judge, although not required, the day is long. I wanted to know if Mom wanted to weigh in briefly. It's been a long day here, but the court might want to see what she thinks about your views and Victoria's views, if she'd like to, because she called me yesterday and wanted to weigh in.
That's fine. Ma'am, go ahead.
Melissa, did you want to, what do you think?
I did. I did. I wanted to, I mean, my plan was today was to come and just, I call up there. I went to see Victoria already twice and visit with her. I try to go every other week. I have counseling with her every Monday. I call up there, like I said, and speak to the supervisor, if not every day, every other day, and I get a report of how she's doing. And according to them, they tell me always that she's doing good. I am aware of her bad language, and I will not defend her when it comes to that, because that is not okay, and I will not raise my daughter like that. She needs to respect her elders. She might not agree, but she needs to respect. I cannot see her body language. I'm not able to see on my end. So, but I completely understand if she is behaving like that. That is very wrong, and she should not, because that speaks volume. I am aware of the altercation that when she did have with Samantha, because she did want me to be able to be in the Zoom, and then there was some discrepancy as far as medication, and them saying that I wanted her on medication, and she knows and I know I am not for medication unless she absolutely needs it. So that kind of freaked her out and gave her anxiety. Like, she was like, are they going to start making me, I'm not defending her by no means, but so what I'm trying to say is I was planned on coming on here to ask today if they're not for her to come home, because I want it to be 100% her ready and using discernment and all that. But I wanted to see if we could do a home pass, or if I could see her. But it's completely up to you guys. I am kind of disappointed. I'm not going to lie, if she's not caring, because that speaks a lot, like how she's going to act when she does come home. But and then as far as the first the domestic violence, I know at that time I was told to call every single time something goes, so I was very confused. Like, I didn't know if this is like going to be domestic violence on her on as an adult, or it's going to be on as an adult, or how that's going to work. But I just wanted to explain that I was told also and I'm not defending her, because as you read off what happened that date and time, that is the honest truth, and that did happen. At that time, there was a lot of frustration and bad behavior and stuff going on at that time. But I do want to just let you guys know I was told every single time any little incident happened to call the law, because that was the only way we were going to be able to get her the help that she needed. But I was just going to ask Your Honor if we could make like a plan, or see if she does have good behavior. Is there any way she can have a pass to come home, or just not come home, just a pass for the day or a pass for the weekend if I have to make a trip out there for the day?
I think that's a great idea for an incentive. So here's what I'm going to do. Victoria, I want you to meet with your probation officer and come up with a plan as to what specific things that you need to do and how long you need to do them in order to gain the incentive of having a home pass. That doesn't mean that you get to dictate how long that is. That means that you get part of the planning process. The probation department, I'm going to give them the discretion to give you a home pass if they believe that you are behaving in an appropriate manner, both on the Zoom calls with them and at the RISE detention center. So they have that discretion. So I want you to work with them to make a plan as to when a home visit can be made and how long it's going to take. So I'm not going to tell you how long that is. I want you to work towards that with the probation department, and it'll be up to them ultimately how long that is. You also need to work with them as to what specific behaviors that you are going to do. I'm going to tell you right now, a couple of them are going to be attitude and language. Okay? So that's going to be part of the court's order. Mom, is there anything else that you would like to be part of the court's order?
Am I able to, or never mind, I will talk to Samantha about that, because I would like to see if I could join in on the Zoom meetings. I will, just to see how Victoria is, how she treats them, and if she's respectful, because that tells me a lot.
I'm not going to mandate any specific things that the probation department does,
Yes.
whether or not you're allowed on that. If they feel comfortable with that, that's up to them to do. But they have business that they have to attend to that might not be pertinent to you specifically, or might need to have you not be there so they can discuss it with Victoria. So I'm not going to mandate that, but they certainly have my blessing if they wish to do that on a certain amount of calls.
Yes.
So, all right. So the court's order will be that all prior orders of the court remain in full force and effect. That Victoria continue to meet weekly with the probation department via Zoom in a respectful and appropriate manner, and then that probation has the discretion to give a home pass if they believe that the behavior on Zoom and at the RISE Detention Center is appropriate for an approved amount of time period as agreed upon between the probation department and Victoria. And the appropriateness needs to encompass attitude and language and behavior. And I'll leave the details of that to the probation department. Ms. DeFighter, do you have any questions for me as to what I mean by all of those things?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right, Mom, do you have any additional questions?
I do not, Your Honor.
Mr. Delaney, are you good?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Ms. DeFighter, everything all good? Okay with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Johnson, anything else?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I just want it to be made very clear to Victoria. So at this time, she is not going to be granted a home pass. That is correct.
Yeah, that's a future thing. She's gonna have to work towards that. So there's no guarantee that she gets one. It's gonna be, that's part of the key to getting home is doing what she needs to do. So this is a way to show me by the time we have another one of these review hearings, all right, how many home passes did you earn? So we're gonna set up a process for so that she can do that. But she's gonna have to earn it. It's not gonna be something that's gonna be given to her. All right, Victoria, is there anything else that you want to say?
I have nothing I want to say to you.
Good. Show it to me. I don't need to
71
hear your
days to
words.
go.
Show me your actions. All right, that's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Victoria with us, Mom is with us, and we have probation, juvenile workers are with us, Ms. Johnson and Ms. DeFighter. Also, I think we have everybody that we need. I am in receipt of a review/dispositional report submitted by Ms. DeFighter from the juvenile worker. Any other documentation that you're aware of, Ms. DeFighter?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection to the court considering that from either counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
All right, the court will consider that. I also have received, and I don't know if anybody else has, but I've received a letter from Victoria dated August the 5th, Tuesday, handwritten, back and front of one page. Counsel, are you aware of this letter?
I haven't seen it, but I spoke to Victoria today, so I can anticipate its contents.
I haven't seen it, Judge, but I have no objections to the court looking at it and considering it.
Right, same.
All right. Victoria, do you want me to read it out loud, or do you want me to just consider it as it was written to me?
Your Honor, did you just receive that one or did you get another one as well?
I've only received one, and it's dated August the 5th.
Your Honor, I did send another one about 2 weeks ago.
Well, 2 weeks ago, it would have been August the 5th.
Around there,
Today's-
Your Honor.
Well, that would have been 3 weeks ago, actually, but close, pretty close. It was a very nicely written letter. Basically says that she understands she did this to herself, but she wants to do much better. She's blessed by what she has, still has a lot of work to do, but is making progress, trying to make big changes. And she is sorry for not being respectful in the past, but is trying to change and try to do much better. So I thought it was a very well written, well thought out, very nice letter. So thank you very much, Victoria, for that. Ms. Brucker, any additional evidence or anything else that you want to bring out at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Johnson or Ms. DeFighter, anything else other than your report that you want to bring to my attention at this time?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. I think we're all set on probation standpoint.
All right, thank you. Mr. Delaney, is there anything that you want to bring to my attention by way of allocution or evidence in this case?
Yes, and if Victoria wishes to address the court, she can. It'll probably come as no surprise, and it may be in her letter that I haven't seen, that she wants to come home. School starting, she wants to practice volleyball. And what I told her today is what I've always told her. She's not before the court for any serious offenses. The court probably has a few of those with other juveniles. But the innumerable show cause hearings with the outbursts with her mom and her family are just too many to count. And if that wasn't enough, she was disrespectful to the court staff. That's how you get this court's attention, is be disrespectful, particularly to the staff. Family, those things can occur. But she certainly seems to be coming a long way. And I told her it would be up to the court. What would happen? I don't have control over that at all. And I'm confident the court, if it were to consider bringing her home any earlier, and then there was that consternation again, the court would regret making that decision. And that pressure is going to come. She's going to come home, and the weather's going to change, be stress at school, stress at home. And she needs to navigate that. Even if it's not completely her fault, she has to walk away, and because she's kind of out of strikes here. So I think that's what she wants to tell you, and she may be able to tell you in her own words, and maybe mom wants to add a few things also. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Victoria, I am going to ask that you speak to me in just a minute, but I do want to hear from your mom first, and then I'll let you hear everybody first, and then you can respond later. So, Mom, is there anything that you want me to be aware of, or you want me to know at this time?
We have been doing our home passes. There has been things that I've noticed, but most importantly, I have noticed like her applying the tools as far as trying to avoid confrontation, or when she's not agreeing with something, her pausing and explaining where she's coming from. I have noticed those things. There has been, some, but with both of us still working on things. I'm not perfect by no means, but we are trying. It's just real life, just the struggles, just trying to overcome those things that were once a trigger. And I see her making growth. I mean, it's completely up to you guys. I hope Victoria at the end of the day learned her lesson and grows from this. I know that she's very excited about sports in school, and I love her being in sports, and really extremely encourage that. So with that being said, I know she's encouraged. She's very excited about coming home, but at the end of the day, it's up to you guys, and I stand behind whatever you guys say.
Let me ask you this, Mom, if I were to bring her home, do you think that she is ready from your perspective to be home and to be able to control her behavior enough to stay home?
I do, but I would like to set a very specific and clear expectations and rules that she'll understand, that if she does not follow those, that there will be consequences. Because Victoria isn't a bad kid. I don't have issues with her doing drugs. I don't have issues like, going out to parties. She is very involved. Once again, she loves sports and stuff like that. It was mostly her attitude and her behavior with me, along with just her needing to be respectful to her elders in general.
All right. All right, Victoria, this is your opportunity to let me know what you want to do and what you want to see happen here. So please let me know.
I do think this was a very eye-opening place, and as much as it's crazy for me to say this, I think it was a good thing for me to come here. I think I definitely got sent here for something small, but I think it was good that I got sent here before it could have gotten worse. I mean, I would definitely like for you to reconsider my release date, because I definitely do want to go home and apply everything I'm learning to my family and change, because I'm already very behind in school, and as much as I'm trying to get my grades back up, I am gonna miss a lot of school by me being here, because school does start on the 2nd, and I don't get out till the 24th of next month.
Tell me what it is that you think that you've learned that will allow you to be home and not repeat the same mistakes that you made in the past.
Honestly, Your Honor, I would say like appreciating everything my parents have done for me, and not always getting my way, because as much as I thought my life sucked and I was just a brat, it's like coming here has shown me that like people are dealing with much more than what I am, and how like my mom really does care for me. And I didn't see that because I just wanted to be with my friends in Saginaw, and I didn't want to go to school. But like looking back at it now, like it really does hurt to see how much my mom was like trying to like build a relationship with me, and I didn't want it. So I'd say being appreciative of my mom and everything she's done for me.
All right. Ms. DeFighter, you've been monitoring her behavior while she's been in the center. Do you think that she merits some grace from me at this point? Has she learned enough to be able to apply those things at home?
Your Honor, I will note that I did put it in the report that I did receive an on-call on Thursday regarding Victoria and Melissa. They were coming home from Ottawa County, the detention home. There was an altercation in the car. It sounds like Victoria said some things and Melissa didn't maybe follow through with how Victoria wanted her to handle a situation with her sister, which led Victoria to, becoming angry with how the outcome of the situation, and calling Melissa some names, or maybe just yelling a little louder than she should have in the car. I did problem solve with Victoria, and afterwards she did tell me that it was probably a stupid thing to be mad about, and that we talked about what she could have did from here on out, and I did not receive any more on calls the rest of the weekend. I did contact them on Friday, both Melissa and Victoria. They both reported that things went okay the following night. And they just kind of kept to themselves as soon as they were out of the car. So I do believe that Victoria is understanding and learning some new things while in this placement, because if this was a situation that would have occurred months ago, it would have ended in a physical altercation, which was avoided at this time.
Victoria believes that her out date is the 24th of September. Is that your understanding as well?
I believe it's either the 23rd or the 24th. I would have to count for sure, but I believe it's around that time, yes.
If she were to be released in the next day or so, would she be able to get into the Gaylord school system as she wants to?
I believe that I have been in contact with them, and I believe that they are expecting her around the 24th. So that would just have to be a phone call to be switched. So they have the same understanding as us.
All right. Here's the deal from my perspective, Victoria. It sounds to me like you have made substantial progress. And coming down from violence to simply yelling and name calling is progress. My concern is whether or not it's enough progress. The expectation, if you were to come home, is not that you will just be better than you were, but that you will be at an acceptable level. That means zero violence and zero outbursts, or next to zero outbursts, period. That you are able to control yourself as a young lady and not act as a spoiled brat like you have in the past. Do you understand that? Do you think that you're there yet?
I do think I'm at a point where I want to set a better example and learn from my mistakes and grow from here. I definitely have a lot of goals I've set here to be at a good place for when I leave.
It sounds to me like you see the other side. You see the getting out and you see where you can, and you've made substantial progress to get there. It would be, in my estimation, it would be a stretch at this point to say that you're going to be perfect when you get home. And I'm not going to require perfection, but I want to tell you this: the outbursts where you're calling names and you're angry and you're expressing that verbally, those need to stop too. And I get it that it's a process, but you're at that age where you need to, this is just you making up your mind that you're going to control it. Okay. It's been easy for you in the past to express your frustration through physical aggression, and you've learned to get past that. And now you're grappling with the verbal outbursts, right? You're beginning to be able to rein those in, but they sometimes still jump out. Would that be a fair way of saying it? Okay. So if you're able, and really the physical outbursts are the hardest ones to get past, or at least they're the most dangerous. And if you're able to do that, then I think you are able to get past the verbal ones as well. But that's a decision that you have to make. That's a decision of the will. That is, I want to do that. And that means that you got to exercise an awful lot of authority and control, even when you're upset and angry. Can you do that?
Your Honor, can I weigh in just a moment?
Absolutely.
I want to bring it to the attention to you. I did receive a progress report dated 8/18 through 8/24. So this is the most current week that we have for Victoria at the placement. While it reports that she is improving, she is still struggling. She did have a recent BP that she had to run due to behavior at the facility. It looks like maybe she didn't make her bed, or maybe she had some talking back, or some sort of behavior that required a BP to be ran. While she did return home on a home pass, it looks like this had to be done on Sunday when she returned. Although when she returned, she did do this BP, it sounds like, but she was redirected multiple times through the movie expectations for movie expectations and off-task talking. She went to bed early. While it was reported she was respectful to her peers and other staff, she is still struggling with those positive relationships with others. She is still struggling to do as she is asked. She is still struggling with comments and actions towards others. I will tell you, she has made some great improvements. My concern with her coming home a little early is she's just not ready verbally to address people properly.
Victoria, what do you have to say about that?
I actually just talked to the head lady about that BP, and she even felt that it wasn't needed because I didn't get a redirect before that, and I had left during shift change for my home pass, so that's why my bed wasn't made. So, and as of not being ready, I think I'll definitely focus on just me with my family. So like in treatment, like I would be trying to like be more respectful to people, but like I've honestly just been trying to like focus on like how I act with, like my family more than how I act with people like around me. Because honestly, I think where I'm at with talking to people like around me, I think I'm fine with that. It's never been a problem. It's just been always with like my family and how we communicate and come across.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else that anybody else wants to say before I decide what to do?
Your Honor, I would.
Go ahead.
I would like the courts to know that Victoria has had good conversations with myself and Samantha. We haven't had any of the back talk like we've had before. She has been able to reflect. I talk, she talks. It can be a good conversation, a positive conversation, even if it's not about a positive topic. I will say though, during my on-call, either with my on-call with Victoria or it was my follow-up Friday morning, she had asked me the process to get emancipated. And I had told her that to direct her to her attorney and that her attorney could help her through that. And I did ask her why, and her response, excuse me, back to me was that she feels that she could have a better positive relationship with her mom if she did not live with her mom.
Okay, thank you. Ms. DeFider or Ms. Johnson, is there anything within the counseling or educational process between now and her scheduled out date that would be absolutely necessary for her to do at the RISE Center?
Your Honor, I believe that they're conducting some family therapy down there. It sounds like, I think on Mondays, and that's very beneficial for the family, for Melissa, for Victoria, for them to properly learn how to handle situations that arise at home. When Victoria's home, she hadn't counseled since last October. So she has no desire to come home and counsel, and maybe that's changed. I don't want to speak for her. Maybe that's changed since being put in placement, but she just wouldn't go. She didn't see the need to go. Counseling appointments were rescheduled constantly. So my fear is that family counseling is going to stop.
Do we have a similar program, a similar counselor we could start here, even if it's not immediate? Would there be one that we can get her into so that there's some follow-up to whatever she's learning at the RISE Center?
Miss Sayre is willing to take Victoria's case back over when she comes home. We've been maintaining a updated progress with Jeanette as well, so she's very well aware of what's going on with Victoria while at the program. The concern is, again, are they going to cancel appointments because it's, they don't have to be there. There's multiple days in the week that maybe they can reschedule or work around things. That's my concern. But yes, there is a counselor here that will pick up the progress.
All right. Any other comments before I decide what to do?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
As for the therapy, with our old therapist, it was a lot because at that time I was in sports and I was at basketball. I had basketball and it was a lot. It really was. And I didn't want to miss basketball practice. And I didn't want to miss basketball practice at that time. And it was, I had to balance that out. Plus like my community service, I was trying to attempt to do. And I had no, in my opinion, I think it is a little absurd for me to stay until next month because I'm done with the treatment. And now I'm pretty much just staying as if I'm in like normal juvie. And I really do want to get back to school and fix my grades and restart some of my classes to catch me up.
Your Honor, can I chime in on that?
Yep.
As far as the comment that Victoria just made with her trying to balance therapy, community service, and school and sports, I believe you said in your note that she was requesting to come home so she can participate in volleyball. Victoria still has 25 hours of community service that was court-ordered on June 18th, 2024. It has been extended to this year, and then she has another 25 hours community service that it was court-ordered on January 13th, 2025. And then I am asking for more community service. So I think it's just going to fall under the same stressful situation that she just said she was in the last time when she quit counseling or canceled counseling is sports, school, community service. It's just gonna be a cycle.
Yep. And I don't discount anything that you just said. All right. Victoria, I have listened to you very carefully, and I believe that you have made substantial progress. As far as your attitude goes, your letter was outstanding as far as telling me what you're thinking. The way that you presented yourself today was miles better than where you were at in the past when you've been here in court. There are still some serious hiccups in your relationship with your mom. And I don't have a magic wand and I can't make those things go away. That's going to be the hard work that you and your mom are going to have to do. I can tell you from countless hours of agony sitting in this courtroom, both as a judge and as an attorney, listening to families that have torn themselves apart, that the work that you do to have a good relationship with your mother is probably one of the most important things that you will ever do in your life. The better relationship that you have with your mom now, it will serve you well for decades in the future. It will set you up for how you're going to have a relationship with your kids whenever you get there. And that may be a long time in the future, but I can tell you this, as a grandpa now, time flies from here forward. You're entering high school, it'll be over in a blink. You'll be into college or you'll be into a job and you'll be having kids in a blink. And one more blink after that, and your kids will be at the age that you're at now. So it's not going to be a long time. And so the work that you put in to mend this relationship is absolutely necessary. I think right now that if I were to put you at home, it would be stretching both you and your mom in just about every imaginable way. I am seriously considering doing that. And I believe most of the time I take what my staff tells me very seriously. And I don't disbelieve anything that they've told me here. And they're telling me to put the brakes on, basically, that they want you to succeed. They hope that you can succeed, but they don't think that you're quite ready yet. My thought is it would be better for you to start school with everybody else to get the full advantage of that. And hopefully we can put in place counseling and all of the other things that Ms. DeFider said that you're still going to need to do. And I think that is probably going to overwhelm you once or twice. But you need to practice doing what you say you're supposed to do when you're feeling overwhelmed. And that's hard to do sometimes in an institutional setting like you're in now. You need to practice out in the real world. I have to tell you this. If I get any information that you are going back to the old Victoria, that the impulse control is not there, that the control over the mouth is not there, I will not hesitate to put you back where you're at right now. I am basically overriding the good counsel of everybody else on this screen and saying, I'm going to take a chance on you. So here's how we're going to do it. I want you to start school. I think that's important for you. I think you need the opportunity to show everybody how smart you are, and school is one way of doing that. I think it's good for you to be involved in sports. I grew up doing sports too. I'm a former basketball coach for 18 years at the high school. I saw how much that means to students and how well they perform later in life when they've been involved in that team concept. And they learned the good things that happen because of hard work and teamwork and putting something bigger than yourself first, self-sacrifice, all of that stuff that you learn in those team sports. So I want that experience for you. But you can't get that experience if you're not controlling your behavior and your mouth. Have I made myself clear about that? I'm going to ask my staff to do a little bit extra to kind of help you. I want to start seeing you every other week in court, just for a short hearing, but I want to see you. I want to read what you're doing. I want to know what's going on with you. And I don't want to wait 3 months and then have to get the information in a report from the police or a report from your mom that there's been another domestic violence. I want to know before it even happens that you're having problems so that we can work on it. I want to have you in counseling, you, and if Jeanette Sarah will take your mom for family counseling, great. If not, we'll try to find someplace else to get you both in that so that you can continue to work on that relationship. But even with that, most of this is going to depend on you, because I can't be with you every day, and my staff can't be with you every day. And even your mom, she can only be with you parts of the day because she's got work and you're going to have school. So you're going to have to do a lot of this on your own. So I'm going to take a chance on you. I'm going to bring you out of the juvenile center. I don't think you're ready for it yet, but I think it's important for you to try. You've been there a long time, as Mr. Delaney said, on not the most serious things in the world. And it's at some point, I've got to say, I trust you, or I'm at least going to trust you to do the right thing. So here's me telling you, I'm giving you a chance. How you deal with it is going to go a long ways to showing whether or not you're mature enough, whether you've grown up enough, whether you are strong enough to do it. And it's going to be pretty clear pretty quickly whether or not you do it right. Okay. Again, I'm not going to require you to be perfect, but I want to continue to see this good attitude. Even when, if you make a mistake, you make a mistake, own up to it, right? If your mouth gets in front of your brain, say, I'm sorry, and then do something to make up for that, right? If you hurt somebody with your mouth, then you say as soon as you're able to, you say you're sorry. What can I do to make up for it? And you make yourself limit. You literally bite your tongue if you have to. Your job is to grow up into a good young woman, and part of that process is not always saying what you feel the moment that you feel it. You got it?
Sure.
All right. I am going to follow the recommendations that were put on in the report. And then I'm going to add a few things to that we just talked about. So here's what the requirements are for you. Prior orders of the court will remain in full force and effect. There will be a crime victim fee of $25. Victoria will continue to meet with the probation department weekly as arranged by the probation department. And I would like to add to that I would like to see her at least for a few weeks, maybe even a few months, every other week, if at all possible. Now that can be done via Zoom. And I know that she's going to be in school, so it'll have to be after hours, and probation will talk with me about how we arrange that. But I want to see her on a regular basis and hear reports about her on a regular basis, hopefully every other week, until probation recommends otherwise. Victoria is going to complete a school success plan and turn it in by September the 19th. She's going to write a sincere apology letter to the victim and turn it in by September the 19th. She's going to do a 150-word skills I have learned essay and turn it into the probation department by September the 19th. And then we're going to set up counseling for her with Jeanette Sayre, so that when she is here in the Gaylord area, she has continued counseling so that she can learn how to do the things that she needs to do with her mother. And I'd like to have probation department work with Jeanette Sayre on family counseling as well, for mom and daughter to both be engaged in. With all of those things in place, I am going to bring her home. So mom, she's going to be at your house, and make the arrangements for that. I don't know how fast that's going to occur, Victoria. The probation department's obviously got to get that paperwork prepared, get that down to the detention center, and make arrangements to have you picked up and brought back. I will expect you to be on your best behavior at all times. I can't stress that enough. This is a kind of super secret probationary thing I'm doing here. And so you need to understand that anything that you do that messes it up could make me change my mind. And I don't want to have to do that. I want you to shine here. I want you to do well. I want you to prove me right, and make me smile. Am I clear?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. DeFider, is there anything else that you need from me?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Brooker, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Delaney?
No, thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And Mom, anything that you need from me at this moment?
Yes, if I may. I was hesitant about even bringing this up, but something that has been a very big struggle is anytime Victoria is corrected or has some, like a rule that she just doesn't want to do because she wants to do her own way. A big thing was her going with her dad to California or to Saginaw, which she would take off for long periods of time and miss court, counseling, school, etc. And so she just recently, unfortunately, found out her dad is back to using again. So hopefully that was an eye opener, and she doesn't. And that for now is, not an option. But one of the big problems is her going to Saginaw with her friends and the mom's husband that's going to be getting out of prison any day now. And I just do not want my daughter around that. Like, I don't mind her hanging out with the girls, but what are the consequences? Can we set something up so we're on the same page now, so she will know that just because she doesn't get her way here at home, she's able to run off over there?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea to bring that up now. The expectation, Victoria, is this: you will follow all of the rules that your mother sets at home. Period. End of story. I want, once you get home, I want Mom and you and Ms. DeFider to sit down and work out some house rules, some probably no more than 5 or 10 of them, just very basic things like I will do what I'm told at home. I will stay at home unless I have my mother's permission. Very basic things like that. If there's any other house rules, like I will keep my bedroom clean, or those kinds of very specific, very clear rules so that everybody knows this is what the rules are. And then if there's going to be any deviation, you can ask, but you don't get to throw a temper tantrum when you don't get your way. So I want you to be very clear. So that's a great idea. So one more thing that you're going to do when you get home is you're going to have to set up a meeting with Ms. DeFighter. Mom, you're going to be there. We're going to talk about those and lay them out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, well, however many you come up with. Keep them short, keep them sweet, keep them small. But those will be the rules of the house. But the general rule is if you're in your mother's house, you do what your mother says, even if you don't like it, even if you think she's wrong. And that she may well be wrong, but she's the mom. And that's the way it works. Any question about that, Victoria?
No, you're going to understand.
All right. Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that. All right. That will be the order of the court. Do me proud. All right.
John, thank you so
All
much.
right. That's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. This is the state of Michigan versus Victoria Ruiz, file J-23-156-DL. We get the parties in place for that. I do see Ms. Bruker is with us. Mr. Delaney is here. Ms. Hansel is here, and Victoria is here. Victoria, is your mom with you there?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm looking at a small screen many feet away from me, and it's hard for me to see everybody that's in it. So I can see her now, so I appreciate that. We also have Ms. Johnson and Ms. DeFighter with us from the juvenile division. So today is the day set for a review hearing. Ms. DeFighter has given me a review report. I'll hear from everybody after that. So Ms. DeFighter, why don't you give me the update on that matter?
Your Honor, things with Victoria have been going a lot more smoothly than we've seen in the past. Victoria has showed that she is committed to her school studies as well as probation. She has turned in numerous assignments since the last time we've met. She has turned in her letter of how she's going to treat the probation department staff with respect. She has turned in her apology letter to the victim, her 150-word skills I have learned essay, her respect packet, and she and her mom had met with the probation department to establish house rules. She has been very respectful to myself as well as the staff here at the probation department and school staff. The only concern with me right now is how she treats her mother, Melissa. When I had met with her to establish those house rules, she had stated that she wanted to go to Saginaw. That's been the big concern right now. Is she's been just wanting to go to Saginaw and visit those friends that she has previously visited. Victoria doesn't like when Melissa tells her no, that she's not going. I guess there is an adult that just got out of jail or prison, I'm unsure which one, that lives in the household where she wants to go visit in Saginaw. This is also the place that she did go to before she was placed in our Ottawa County juvenile treatment program. That was the Saginaw Friends. She believes that her good grades warrant the trip to Saginaw, as well as the way she's been treating the probation department. But Melissa's concerns are going there and seeing that individual that was recently released. She has met with Jeanette Sayre after our art therapy program this previous Wednesday. She is going to continue to counsel with Jeanette Sayre, or start to counsel with Jeanette Sayre, and then also restart that 12-week anger management course with Jeanette Sayre.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Bruker, is there anything that you need to, I know that you have a short schedule with us today. Is there anything else that you want to let me be aware of?
No, I mean, I'm pleased that there is somewhat of a positive report. Obviously, Melissa's, the mother, and she makes the decision on where Victoria can go and what she should be doing. And hopefully Victoria continues to respect that.
All right, Mr. Delaney, on behalf of your client, anything that you want me to be aware of?
I wanted to ask Mr. Fighter, how old is Victoria now?
Victoria is 15.
Is she a sophomore at the high school?
She is.
Okay. I'm glad to see the respectful behavior, Judge. That's been a focal point, among other things, for the court. But I certainly agree with her mother. I wish I could say that the world is a safe place for 15-year-old girls, but it's not. And her mother's right about that. And I don't know if Victoria understands that, because Galen's a nice little town, although it can be dangerous here too. But mostly I'm glad she's capable, which I knew she was, of being respectful.
All right. Ms. Johnson, is there anything else that you want to add?
There's not, Your Honor. I haven't had much interaction with Victoria since our last hearing. Mr. Fighter's been doing a lot of the caseload work.
Okay, thank you. Mom, I'd like to hear from you. How do you think things are going now?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here. Things have gotten a lot better. Victoria is making progress. She is getting straight A's. She has been doing community service at her church. As far as her respectfulness, there is areas that I will be completely honest, she does need to continue to work on. She has made progress, and I will, as just the main thing is just like when I say no, it's for a reason, and she needs to be understand that there's a reason why I'm telling her that she has to be very careful and choose wisely of her surroundings, because that's very important. And so when Victoria just is gonna have to learn along the way that when I say no, that's exactly what I mean. I'm not gonna give in. I'm not gonna change my mind. There's a reason why I have say the things that I say. So that is still a little battle that we're battling, but other than that, she is doing a lot better.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Victoria, now is a chance for you to tell me what you think is going on, how things are going.
Um, Your Honor, I think things are going a lot better compared to how they were before. Because although me and my mom do have our slip ups sometimes, we have not gotten physical once. And we both are learning how to communicate better. And I think a lot of the stuff I learned when I was in detention has also paid off with me and my mom. And I think I've also been focused so much on school and trying to get my community service hours done that I haven't really even had time to really argue, especially because I've been applying to like jobs and stuff. So I think me having like more structure, I think is helping a lot.
Certainly a lot better report than I got last time, right?
Yes.
I got
Yes,
after
Your Honor.
I got after you a little bit last time, and you seem to have taken it to heart. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I did want to say to you, I am impressed with the amount of stuff that you got done since the last court hearing. So thank you. I'm
Yes, Your
also
Honor.
impressed. I'm also impressed by the way that you've cleaned up your act when it regards the probation department. You've become respectful there. Let me just say this, and it's not, I don't want you to see this as me being mad at you, but I want to talk to you like I would another adult. Okay, so let me try that and see how it goes. There is as you grow up, there's a thought that you get more freedom. You'd agree with me on that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What comes with freedom is responsibility. I, as a judge, I am given a wide range of freedom in this courtroom. When people come in front of me, I can do just about whatever I want to within the law. Okay. But along with that, I have a lot of responsibilities. I have to make sure that I do things very clearly and very carefully, and I have to follow the law. I don't get to just do whatever I want. It has to be within the law. And I have to tell people why I'm doing things. I have to let them appeal me. I have to let them make their statements, right? So even though I have an awful lot of freedom, I also have an awful lot of responsibilities. I don't just get to do whatever I want, whenever I want, however I want. And if people don't like what I do or what I say, they have the freedom to put that in the newspaper. They have the freedom to write about it. They have the freedom to protest. They have the freedom to say whatever it is, and I can't stop them from doing that. And I think that's what you're beginning to learn as you grow up. You're asking for more and more freedom, but the people that have the most freedoms also have the most responsibilities, right? As a kid, you don't have as much freedom, but you don't have many responsibilities either. And I think what your mom is trying to teach you is that as an adult, especially as an adult female, there are times and places where you have to be very careful about going into those places. I, as a judge, have to think about that. I can't go to certain places because it's not a good look for a judge to be there, right? I can't be involved in certain activities because people would wonder, hey, is the judge doing the right thing there? So I have to be very careful. You, as a young person, have to be very careful of your safety. And going to certain people's homes or going to certain cities on your own is probably not a great idea at your age and your circumstances. So what I want you to think about from here going forward is, how can you balance freedom and responsibility? And quite frankly, here's what I want you to get out of that. The more responsible you are, the more likely your mom and everybody else is to give you more freedom. The more that you self-teach, the less we have to lecture, right? The more that you're aware of your surroundings and you're aware of your safety and aware of doing the right thing, the less we have to worry about that. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I think that you have taken my scolding of you last time, and you've done a wonderful job of making the best choices that you could make, except maybe with how you talk to your mom. But everything else, I think, has been very, very good. And I get it that you're making progress with your mom. And I see that. I want you to keep that up. And as long as you are balancing responsibility and freedom, I think that you will get where it is that you want to go in life. But you've got to continue to respect your mom. One of the things that we are in our society are responsible for as kids is to honor our parents. You do that by listening to them and doing what they say, even if you disagree with them. Okay. I am 63 years old. I am privileged to have my mother still with me. I think I just lost him.
I got Alice's phone. It must have died. One second.
They're there, just the screen's not on.
All right.
Sorry,
So
Your Honor.
I'll keep, that's all right. I'll keep this short. I am privileged to still have my mom with me. She's 84 years old. There are lots of things that I disagree with what my mom says anymore, right? She's 84. Her world is completely different than mine. But I still, in fact, even more so now than I used to, I still make sure that she knows that I listen to her all of the time. I may not agree with what she says, but I don't have to call her out on it. I don't have to make her feel bad about it, because she has invested a lifetime of helping me. So now it's my turn to help her. And I want you to begin that process. Whether you agree with your mom or not, you have to respect what she says. You need to listen, and you need to take it seriously, because she loves you and she only has your best interests at heart. Does all of that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor. It does.
All right. I'm pleased at the report that I'm getting from you. I'm pleased at the way that you've reacted. Keep up the good work, and I'm sure you'll be able to get where you want to go eventually. All right. Is there anything else, Ms. Brucker, that we need to do today?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. DeFider, is there anything else that you would recommend today?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Delaney, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right. Keep up the good work. Good to hear from you. All right. I'll look forward to hearing again next time. Thanks. That's all.
Judge,
Thank
I
you, Judge.
apologize. Are you adopting the recs that I had listed?
I'm sorry.
or-
Yes.
Okay.
We will adopt all of the recommendations put forth in the court report 156-DL. If I could have Mr. Delaney put your appearance on the record, please.
Thank you. David Delaney for Victoria Ruiz.
Thank you. Victoria, have you had an opportunity to review the report now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. DeFider, any additional comments that you wish to make as to her progress?
No, Your Honor. The only comment I would like to make is I have not been having consistent communication with both Victoria and Melissa. I'm unsure if maybe there's a new phone number or something. I have attempted to call multiple times for a different matter, and I have not received any phone calls back.
Victoria, what seems to be the problem?
Your Honor, I have Riley's contact saved in my phone, and anytime she calls me, I make sure to like get back to her. And as for my mom, I don't know. She might be calling my mom, but she's not calling me, Your Honor.
Well, the report indicates the same thing that Ms. DeFighter just indicated, that she called Melissa 3 times and Victoria twice. All calls were forwarded to voicemail. So it seems that we're having a problem. Do I need to have you come in every time that she needs to get a hold of you?
No, Your Honor, that's not necessary. Sorry, oh my gosh.
Well, let's make communication a priority, because that's how we show responsibility. It's how you get things done, is by communicating, and simply ignoring things isn't going to make it go away.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Victoria, how do you think that you've been doing since our last talk together?
I've been doing good. I think it's honestly the same thing, like as far as like school goes and like my chores and stuff, that's going good still. I'm still having decent grades actually. But as for me and my mom, I think we're still at like the same spot, but I also think that our communication is getting a little bit better because I think we're starting to like see eye to eye. So I think I'm making progress though.
All right. Mom, how about you? How's she doing from your perspective?
She is doing a lot better, not like before. There is, with me saying no and stuff like that, we're still working on that. But overall, she is doing a lot better. As
Okay,
far
good.
as the no contact with Riley. Last week I've been having a very busy week. I've had revival. I kind of volunteered for more than I could chew, having to bring dishes and help with the youth. And then I have my daughter in volleyball right now and going to her games and practice every day and having to pick up each kid at different times and stuff. There was I believe I know exactly what she's talking about. When Victoria was having some tooth pain in her tooth. But as far as anything else goes, sometimes we do play phone contact. As far as I call, she's not available. But moving forward, if she ever needs to get a hold of me or if I need to stop by, I have no problem doing that because I'm at the high school every single day. So I hope that that's not an issue. But as far as Victoria goes, she is overall doing a lot better. That's why I think she hasn't heard from me as much too.
All right. Well, let's just make sure that anytime staff from the court system calls, even if you're too busy at the moment, there should be a call back.
Yes, sure.
That's just common courtesy. I get it that life happens and life gets busy. But if somebody takes the time to call you, you need to take the time to call them back, especially if it's from the court.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. The report says on page 2 that there is a concern that Victoria is choosing the rules that she will and will not follow. Victoria, what do you have to say about that?
I'm sorry, Honor. Can you go a little bit more in depth of like my mom's rules or like the court rules?
Does it make a difference?
Not necessarily, no, but I personally think that I've been just trying to do everything I can to get off probation and doing my best with my mom. So
let's talk about rules just in general. Who gets to make the rules?
for me,
Just in general, for anybody, who gets to make rules?
like authority figures.
Yeah, and why is that? Why do authority figures get to make the rules?
Usually to like help guide you or
That's one reason, but why can't the people that have to follow the rules make the rules?
maybe like not mature enough.
That's not a bad idea, not a bad thought. Usually the rule makers are the ones who are responsible for making sure that things get done. Like me as the judge, I get to make the rules for your probation because I am by law responsible. I'm the person. If somebody says, hey, why aren't you doing what you're supposed to be doing? They come to me and say, hey, why aren't you ordering her to do what she's supposed to do? Ms. DeFighter is my helper in that. She gets to set some of the rules because she's responsible for you. The people in authority at the school, they are responsible for all of the students at the school, for the safety, for their education, all of those things. So they get to set what the rules are. At home, your mom is responsible. If something bad happens, they're not going to come asking you. They're going to ask your mom, hey, what did you do or not do, right? If something breaks, she has to get it fixed. If something needs to be paid for, she has to pay for it. So it's rules come with responsibility. Do you understand that? Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So here's my concern. As you get older, you start to get to, well, everybody, and I'm not just going to say you, but everybody wants to set their own rules. They want to say, I'm responsible for myself, so I can set my own rules. But there's a balance, right? You're living under your mother's roof. You're using her money to support yourself. You impact the other kids in the family. You live under the rules of your mom. You're responsible to the court too. So there's some rules that you're still going to have to follow, even if you're not happy with them. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And I get it that as you get older, as we all get older, we all want to have a little more hand in making the rules. But the fastest way to be a rule maker is to show responsibility first. I'm an old time coach. I've been coaching for 18 years, and the kids on my teams that I give the greatest freedom to are the kids who show me the most responsibility. The ones that I have to talk to the least get to do the most. Why do you think I did that?
Possibly because the kids you're talking to the most, maybe aren't following the rules as much.
Yeah, they're trying to do their own thing and they're not helping the team. They're not participating as well as they should. They haven't learned their lessons. They're not showing responsibility. The kids that I don't have to talk to are the ones that are correcting themselves. They buy into the program. They know what's best for the team because they've listened to me say, hey, this is where we want to go. This is what we want to do. This is how we succeed. The faster that you learn that lesson, the faster you get off probation, the faster you get to do more things, the more freedom that you can be given. Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You are, let me say it this way. You are making progress. I see you getting better. So I don't want today to be the judge got mad at Victoria Day. That's not what I'm trying to do. I think you are learning lessons, but you can do better. I believe that you are a very intelligent young lady. I think that you have really good stuff that you can do. And I see you beginning that process. I just want your best. Okay. And I think you're holding back on me just a little bit. Like your mom said, there's still some issues there, but you're getting better. So I see the good stuff that you're doing. And I want to congratulate you on that. But don't be satisfied with just doing enough to get by. Right? Let's see how good Victoria can really be. Let me ask you this. How much do the kids in the back seat look up to you? A lot. If you could influence them to be really, really good, would you want to do that?
Yes.
How do you think that you can do that?
by setting a good example.
Yeah. I have 4 kids. They're all in their 30s now. The coolest thing that I saw when they were growing up was my kids teaching each other how to be better. The older ones would talk to the younger ones, and sometimes one of the younger ones was better at something than one of the older ones was at, and they would help each other. They would teach each other. They would be there for each other. And as a dad, those are some of my proudest moments when my kids learned lessons from me and they taught them to other kids in the family. I think you can have that same impact on those little ones in the back seat. And that is such a cool feeling once you get it. Once you see them looking to you, that amount of love you can't pay for. That's a really good thing to have. And I'm hopeful that you get there. Okay, let's make that a priority. The only other thing I'm going to talk to you about today is the missing of the class of the art therapy the second week. Now you said you had a toothache. What happened there?
So when I was at Ottawa, this is gonna sound so crazy. We were eating nachos and the tortilla chips, they were so stiff and I cracked a tooth on it, like literally on the chip. And
Okay.
it's been hurting me a lot, but my mom, she was actually just on the phone with the dentist because we accidentally missed my appointment yesterday.
Okay, is the tooth broken or is it still in one piece?
No, it's like the whole back is off, like it's broken.
Okay. You're talking to me today with a broken tooth, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there a reason why you couldn't come in when you were asked to do so for the court staff with your broken tooth?
I want to say I could have pushed through, but I honestly don't think I could have. Like, my mom picked me up and I just went to bed because like I wanted to, like, I was crying, I was whimpering, like it hurt really bad.
Have you got some pain medication for it? Some Oragel that you can put on it that numbs the pain back there with the tooth?
I have, Your Honor, and I'm taking aspirin.
All right. So I'm going to give you a pass this time. But here's what happens when you're an adult. Okay? You come in when your teeth hurt. And you tell the people that you're responsible to, hey man, I'm going to have to leave because my tooth really hurts. This is what I've done to try to fix it, and it just isn't working yet. I've got aspirin, I've got Oragel, I had a doctor's or a dentist appointment, but and you follow up with those kinds of things. You don't just stay home and not answer the phone, okay? Because that's what kids do. They just hide from the problem, okay? Now I'm not here calling you a liar and telling you that you lied. I'm not there. This is more of a, if you're going to be an adult, then you need to take responsibility for where you're supposed to be and when you're supposed to be there. And if you are sick, you do everything in your power to either come up with a doctor's note or you show up and let the boss send you home because they can see that you're in pain. Those are your 2 options. All right.
Yes,
So I believe what you tell me, but there's still another layer on that. You have to either come up with a doctor's note or a dentist note, or you got to show up and say, boss, I'm here, but I'm really in a lot of pain. I can't do anything today. And let them send you home. Then you're not in trouble. You understand all that? All right. Overall, I want to say, keep doing what you're doing on the good things. Clean up just a little bit some of these other things, and I think we'll be fine. All right. Mr. Delaney, do you have any comments that you wish to make?
Just a couple. The first was a question. I thought I heard at the last hearing that Victoria is a straight A student. I want to make sure I heard that correct. Is that correct?
I can check right now. I mean, don't believe it's all A's, but they're passing. Let me double check. For her 10-2 grades, so I saved these last Thursday. She has 1B, 1B minus, an A minus, A, and then a credit, so 100%, so an A.
Okay, those are pretty good grades.
Yes.
My first comment is there are people with poor grades that become successful, and there are people with good grades that don't amount to anything. But generally in this court, I don't find people with those types of grades that are still on probation. I mean, why would you, if you're capable of doing that, you're capable of succeeding. And the second observation I wanted to make is that Victoria hasn't, and hopefully will never have the chance to see judges across the board in adult sentencing cases. And the reason I bring that up is the people that the court can't get to, they just sentence them. Here's your sentence. Nope, they don't talk to them, and then they're done. The ones that they think they can make a difference get all the lectures. So what do you think's happening in your case, Victoria? I thought I laid that out for a good student. You see what I'm saying? Why is the court lecturing you so much?
To push me to be better, possibly.
Well, yeah, because he's not wasting his time with you. He knows he can make a difference. I believe that's what he's doing. And the court's been in more courtrooms than I have, but I've done it for 25 years. Trust me, the ones that they can't help, here's your sentence, next. But the ones that get the lectures, they can make a difference. And that's what's happening with you. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And he'll just keep lecturing you. He'll keep you on probation till you're 19 and a half. I'm not trying to take the judge's role, but
Yeah.
you've been on my docket a long time, Victoria. You're not the longest, but you're a 2020. That's 2 years. You've been on my docket. I'd like you to be off my docket and off the court's docket. I've got one that's been on for 10. He was earlier. And
Yeah.
he's in a placement facility in Detroit. All right. I don't want to usurp the judge's role, but
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. All
Thank
right, Ms. DeFider, is there anything else that you want to add?
Yes, Your Honor, I would. I will like to make the court aware that a referral to Jeanette Sayre has been sent, so that way the resumption of counseling can happen. Victoria is scheduled 2 appointments, one being on October 13th at 3 p.m. and then one being on October 27th at 3:15 p.m. So I'm hoping that she can have those and go there. She does have that 12-week anger management program that she still has to complete. And I have talked to her in great length about getting her to the end of probation, getting her off. I'm looking at more February. And she said that she believes that that could be a good goal for her. And she believes that she can reach that as long as she gets those community service hours in as well.
Sounds like you know what you need to do, right, Victoria?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm sure that we will have another chat next time. Here's the deal. If you improve your behavior, I talk less. Sound good?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Continue to do well. Keep up the good work. We'll see you next time. Thank you
Your
all.
Honor, can I read my
Yes.
recommendations?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Victoria remain on the formal calendar probation and in community-based services for 5 months with the earliest release date of February 26, 2026, or until all probationary requirements are completed, whichever comes first. Victoria complete a plan to successfully get off probation and turn it into the probation department by October 22nd, 2025.
Those recommendations will be adopted. Thank you. That's all for today.
thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Of the juvenile, Victoria Ruiz.
All right, I do see Victoria and her mom with us. We also have the probation department staff with us as well. I have received a copy of the review report. Mr. Delaney, have you received a copy?
I have, thank you.
Victoria and mom, have you received a copy of the review report?
I have, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to let everybody give me a few comments if they want to. I'll end with you, Victoria, so that you can hear everybody before you need to say anything, okay? So Ms. DeFighter, any additional comments outside of the report?
No, Your Honor. The only additional comment that I would like to make is things are going well with Victoria, and I would ask that we would return to our normal 91-day review hearings, if that would be okay.
All right, I'll add that to the recommendations. All right, Ms. Bruker, any recommendations or anything else that you want me to be aware of?
I don't object to probation's recommendations and requests to start going to 91-day reviews.
All right, Mr. Delaney.
I also do not object to that recommendation, and I also think that Victoria has been in court enough times that perhaps this case is best when she speaks directly to the court and Victoria communicate.
Thank you. Mom, from your perspective, how things have been going at home?
A lot better from before, just a little, like I emailed Riley and explained to her just little bumps in the road that I'm just trying to stand firm on, but overall a lot better.
What do you attribute the increase in good behavior to?
I'm sorry?
What do you think is causing the good behavior?
I think she just realized that because she makes comments like, I can't believe I was acting out that bad. She just realized, she finally seen that there will be a consequence to her action, and it's just a lot better when she just behaves. It goes a lot smoother. All the division and the fighting and stuff like that, it's really unnecessary.
Okay. Well, Victoria, why don't you tell me how you think you're doing?
I think I'm doing a lot better, like me and my mom wise, but I do think like a lot of the fighting and like the drama has been with me and my sister because I'm not used to sharing a room, and it's definitely like a big change. So me and my sister have been arguing, but with me and my mom, that has been going good. And I've been trying my best to just like not argue and just say yes, even if I don't want to do something.
It sounds to me like, if I had to guess, that you're doing a little bit of growing up, becoming a little more mature. Would you say that's true?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that sounds, I like that. I like the fact that you're realizing what you need to do and making a good decision to go ahead and do that. How do you think that a mature, older person would deal with the issue between you and your sister that causes the arguing? How would an older person deal with that?
I'd say probably not feed into nonsense, because a lot of the stuff we argue about it's really like just like petty stuff, and it's definitely not worth arguing about, especially like when we're getting ready for school, because it ruins my day. So I'd say like not feeding into like nonsense.
I think that's a great answer. Do you think that you can do that for me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that sounds good. I wanted to take a minute and say I am so impressed with your grades. I see it in the report here that your grades are outstanding. 85 and above, a couple of a 97, a 95. That's just outstanding work. I really appreciate that. That tells me a lot, that when you put your mind to something, you can really excel very well. I like that a lot. So nice job with that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tell me about this. Are you looking forward to doing some counseling with Jeanette Sayre?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't started that, have you?
I missed an appointment, but I have my next rescheduled appointment is on the 27th.
All right. Let's not miss any more of those, because I think that's going to help you get even better than you are now. I think that's going to help you a lot, learning how to grow up and deal with things that are a little bit more difficult. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some reports about how well you're doing in that counseling program. So let's start that off on the right foot and not miss any more of those, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Well, it sounds to me like you're doing really good work here, so I want to reward that. So I'm going to say that we'll put this back on the normal review schedule, so you don't have to come in and talk with me all the time. So 91 days, so 3 months. It'll be, well, at this point, it'll be after Christmas before you have to come back and talk to me again. You still got some things to do, right? You still got to do your counseling. You got to finish your community service work, both the ones that were here and the ones you got at detention. And then I want you to continue to have good school grades and continue your good home behavior. So those are the things that I'm going to require you to do, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you do all of those things?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm looking forward to really hearing a great report when I hear from you next time after Christmas. If I don't get to see you between now and then, happy Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas. And do yourself proud, okay?
What do you say? Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right. That's all for today then. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much.
Despite the judge ordering that the review hearings will go back to happening every 90 days, we return for a new hearing just 17 days later.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Court will call the matter of the state of Michigan versus Victoria Ruiz. That's file 23-156-DL, scheduled for a order to show cause and a review hearing. If I could have counsel place their appearances on the record, please, starting with the prosecutor.
Amanda Brooker appearing on behalf of the people.
David Delaney for the minor, Victoria Ruiz.
All right, I do see Mom is here with us as well. Victoria is with us, and then we have juvenile court staff with us. Ms. McCleve and Ms. DeFighter are with us as well. Is there anyone else that should be joining us today? All right. I have received a show cause report from the Juvenile Probation Department. Mr. Delaney, have you received a copy of that?
I have, thank you.
Mom, have you seen a copy of this report as well?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
Victoria, have you seen a copy of the report?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. DeFighter, if you could update me as to the status since we were here last, please.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I had AS 400 up for an update, so I have to go get that. But Victoria has been taking a turn as far as probation goes. She has not completed her school success or her probation success plan. She stated it is completed, but she missed art therapy last week, so she didn't turn it in. She also told me that she was going to go to or she was not going to go to a party. And then lied to me when we asked her 3 times if she went to the party. She stated that her mom let her go to the party. And I did call Melissa to ask her regarding the truthfulness of this statement. And after telling Melissa what Victoria stated to me happened that night, Melissa stated that I gave her no permission to go to this party whatsoever. So I'm unsure as to what story actually happened and why Victoria went to this party when she was instructed not to go. Victoria claims that she was disrespectful to the responding officers and said that she ended the email with a shrugging emoji. I felt like that was very unprofessional towards her probation officer. She did state that Jeanette Sayre would vouch for her, that she is improving in many ways, but she's only attended one of her anger management program counseling sessions, so it's unsure of how much progress Jeanette could vouch for.
All right. Mr. Delaney, how do you want to proceed today? You want to have a contested hearing, or would you like to make admissions?
Let me just address Victoria. I think she knows that I advocate for her when something is not true. But if it is true, she's been here enough times to not waste the court's time. The court appreciates the honesty and the candor, goes a long way. But you have both of those right. So sometimes the way I best phrase it is, yeah, it's true, but I want to clarify. So if you want to pick one of those 3, this didn't happen, this did happen, or somewhere in the middle, It did, but let me give you my side. Do you know which one of those you want to pursue, Victoria?
Those things are true.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Victoria, you have the right to have a contested hearing, and that's what Mr. Delaney was saying. You have the right to say it didn't happen. And you have the right to have the burden of proof that it did happen be on the probation department by a preponderance of the evidence. You have the right to see, hear, and question witnesses against you. You have the right to have an attorney represent you. You have the right to testify yourself or to remain silent and not have that silence used against you. You have the right to appeal. So you have all of these rights that you would have to have a contested hearing to say, nope, none of that happened. On the other hand, Mr. Delaney is also correct. You have the right to say, yes, I did it, and here's my explanation as to why. You've been given that choice, and it appears to me that you've chosen to say, yes, I did it. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you in any way or promised you anything to get you to do that?
No, Your Honor.
Are you doing this of your own free choice and free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The first allegation, if you'd raise your right hand, please, I'm going to swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead and put your hand down. The first allegation is that you missed a therapy session. Is that correct?
Was that this previous week? Like last week?
Ms. DeFighter?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. I have my doctor's note, but yes, I did not attend.
All right. The next allegation was that you lied about going to a party and didn't have permission to go to a party. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Next allegation is that you were disrespectful to the police. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to assume, and it says in the, didn't say here in court, but it says in the report that I got that you've also been drinking alcohol. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And it also says that you've been experimenting sexually. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You know that all of those things are things that you are not supposed to be doing, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I am aware.
All right. Ms. DeFighter, is there anything else that you want me to ask her about?
I do not believe so, Your Honor.
All right. I will accept the plea to the show cause. I find that it was knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily given. Her statements have met the allegations that were contained within the show cause today. Ms. DeFighter, could you tell me then what your recommendations are as a result of this show cause?
My recommendations are that Victoria complete her previously court-ordered 25 hours of community service by November 26, 2025. Victoria complete a sincere apology letter to Deputy Walker and turn it into the probation department by November 21st, 2025. Victoria complete a 500-word essay on the dangers of ingesting alcohol at a young age and turn it into the probation department by December 11th, 2025. And Victoria complete 40 hours of community service and turn it into the probation department by January 16th, 2025.
All right. Victoria, I'm also going to hear from your mom and your attorney and from Ms. Brucker. And then I'm going to, after you've had a chance to hear all those people, I'm then going to give you a chance to explain to me what it is that you've been doing and why. All right. So let's start with Ms. Brucker. Ms. Brucker, is there anything else that you want me to be aware of or any other recommendations that you have?
I've read the recommendations. Victoria's been very aware since she left residential treatment what the expectations were. And I think this court was very clear with her the ramifications if she did misbehave or violate the orders. So I'm pretty disappointed that we're back here and it feels like maybe she didn't get as much out of residential treatment as she promised the court that she did. So I don't oppose the recommendations. I actually think they're probably on the weaker end of recommendations as far as the fact that she's already been in placement before and the prior discussions that we've had with her.
All right, Mr. Delaney.
I wanted to ask Ms. DeFighter, I didn't pull the file history. Victoria is how old right now?
15.
Okay, when is she going to turn 16? I don't want to, again, usurp the court's role here in any way. Victoria is probably aware I get to have two hats in this case. One, I advocate, and I do, for the juveniles. But secondly, I have a guardian role also to look out for their best interests. And I think, knowing the family, mom has other children, she's married, and I believe she works full time. I know her plate is full, and she probably is not able to monitor Victoria with the time limitations that she has, because the report, to my surprise, indicates she's freely consuming alcohol, she's experimenting, and maybe if this was her first time into the court today, we could navigate that. But we're at the far end of this thing, and the last hearing, the court said, I think you're growing up. And then again, none of this is the fault of mom per se, but I think she indicated in the report she wasn't being completely candid with probation about how Victoria was doing. Thought I read that. And it's a tough balancing act. You want to protect your kids. You don't want them to get in more trouble. On the other hand, Victoria is 15. She's already got a history of significant disobedience. None of it serious, stealing cars and serious drugs and things like that. But time is running out for her again. She's going to be 16, 17, and she'll just be off probation. If she doesn't get on the right track, she's going to be on a track she's not going to appreciate. I don't know if she understands that. And I was concerned significantly when I heard about these allegations, because the alcohol consumption and the experimentation, especially if you're a girl. I had boys. I didn't have girls. I think the court had girls. There's a whole nother level of vulnerability out there than for the boys. And you get into this track, and it begins to get serious. I think I remembered her running down to Saginaw and some other things. So, I've always said the world's a dangerous place. I don't know if she understands that. But so I leave it to the court, of course, to address these concerns and what it's going to take to get Victoria's attention. Thank you.
Mom, what are your thoughts?
Well, he's absolutely right. This is the first time that this has ever happened, with me finding out about my daughter drinking alcohol. She was, every single time we were going to court, she was getting praised, and we thought she was getting somewhere. And when we had these different situations that came up, it was so hard for me to decide because I'm always, ever since she came home from the program, I was trying to change a few things, as far as every time I would go to the probation department before and tell them every little thing, rather than trying to work it out with my daughter and I. And so I was trying to, in counseling that we had while she was away, I was trying to work with her rather than working against her, and trying to meet on a common ground. And I thought we were getting somewhere. And so I did allow her to go to homecoming. As soon as she came home that night, and I found we were supposed to get ready for church, and she was unable to get up, and I discovered what she did, it was completely not okay with me. I sat her down and we talked, and I said, look, there has to be a consequence for this. And I would always hear too, because I would go to the probation department right away, I was always hearing, when are you going to learn just to parent me? When are you going to parent me, instead of always running and telling them? And it's always like I'm getting interrogated every single time I go to the probation, which I get it. It's their job, but it's like, who's telling the truth? Then Victoria says something, and it's what I say. And then it's just like, why would I sit here and lie? I'm coming to you guys to tell you guys what the situation is. So then we talked about a consequence, and I told her she was not going out on Halloween, and she was grounded, and she was okay with that, and she was fully said sorry I don't know how many times and cried, and I thought we were getting, I thought that okay, there was a consequence there was something, and then it was she, you know, I never in my, and I honestly, it might sound so dumb, but I didn't think that my daughter would with someone without being married, without knowing someone. She knows that what I teach her, and her telling me like, no mom, I'm gonna hang out with a boy, but I'm on my period. Like, she told me she was on her period. I trusted her. That's like a whole nother subject. I felt so betrayed, so hurt, a mixed of emotions. Like, I couldn't believe that my daughter actually did something like that. So I went to her probation department after being stuck in, do I share this with them because she is doing better in certain areas, that do I not? And finally I said, you know, what am I teaching her by not telling them everything? And then what, when the court comes again, they're gonna think that everything's okay when it's truly not. I can't continue to do this. So, and my work schedule, I try my hardest to work around my children because, you know, Victoria, I have my other kids that I have to worry about and her behavior. I have my other kids sitting here telling me, why does Victoria get away with this? Why could she do this? If it was me, you take my phone right away. I get spanked. I can't take Victoria's phone. I call the probation. I ask them. They say, let's not get it from her. There's a lot of stuff that goes on. And so I just want you guys to know, and then she went to I got home from work on Halloween night. I had to work. I didn't get home till almost 11:30 at night. She still told me she was going to Taco Bell. She was gone not only 45 minutes. And then come to find out, she ended up stopping at that party. Just so you guys know, I stood on business. I completely and told her, and then I had Riley asking me, well, Victoria said you said this. Absolutely not. While Victoria is hearing me right now, I said, if you decide to go to a party, I will tell your probation officer because I will not allow it. I told you for the actions that you did and the choices that you made, you are not allowed to go anywhere or do anything. So that's where I stand with it. Again, I feel like I always have my hands tied as far as parenting her because I have the probation. Like, I feel like I can't even parent my child. I pay her phone bill. I can't even take it away. And then every single time we're about to go in court, I was really thinking it was going to be today. So it could be more, I could, you know, share more things with you because every single time it's a court date, I have to get drilled on what to say and this and that. And it's just, I'm going to be completely honest. This is to help Victoria. This is not to damage her. And I thought it was helping her until sometimes right now I just see that she just likes to do whatever Victoria likes to do. And as far as her counselor goes, I have not got to talk to Jeanette, but there's some things that in the past when I have said I didn't want my daughter going to McDonald's, and then she would say, why not give her a break? Why not let her cool down? And then come to find out those specific times, my daughter was in a car with a gun, with a grown man holding a gun up to her. And then this time when she had drank and did what she did, which is not okay with me, she tells Jeanette, and Jeanette tells her, oh, well, you're getting older. No, I don't care if she's getting older. Drinking and doing things with boys like that is not okay with me.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty with us. And I'm going to do whatever I can to assist you in your parenting. So thank you very much for your thoughts. What do you mean that there was a grown man with a gun in a car with her?
Victoria?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you.
Oh, well, so one time when we were going to counseling with Jeanette, she would say, Victoria would say, I just want to go after school and hang out with my friends at McDonald's. Me as a parent, I knew that something wasn't okay and they were up to no good, and I wanted her to come straight home from school. Her behavior was completely off and how she was acting wasn't right. Well, Jeanette said, what's wrong with her going after school? So she went after school one day and got a ride from a boy to McDonald's, and there was a grown man that was supposedly the plug in Gaylord, and had a gun and held it up to Victoria. And come to find out, this gentleman that we're talking about, which I don't know his name, he ended up taking his own life.
All right, thank you. Victoria, what do you have to say for yourself?
Honestly, I have no excuses. I know I'm gonna have consequences when I do these obedient things. I think I do need to make a change. I'm not setting a good example for my sisters, and I'm draining my mom, and that, like, I don't want to see that anymore. So I think I don't know if I need to go with my dad and make a change with him because he's definitely more strict and definitely on a better path with God. I don't know if I need to go with him. But something definitely needs to change because I changed for a little bit and then I start to get on a different, the same path I was on. So honestly, my plan right now is to have my dad take my mom to court again. Because I think, I just I need more direction. And honestly, my mom, she's going through her own things and she has my sisters, my dad. He's just in a way better place. And I think he's a little bit better of a role model right now. So I think I just need to make a change with that and my behavior. So yeah,
Anything else that you want to tell me?
no, Your Honor.
Well, I'm going to agree with you that something needs to change. I'm going to disagree in one respect because what you told me you wanted to have changed was your living circumstances. The thing that needs to change is you. Why do you think that we sent you to the detention facility? Why do you think we put you into that program? Was it to change your mom?
No, Your Honor.
Was it to change your dad?
No, Your Honor.
The report says that your mom is scared of you. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Bad thing, Your Honor.
The report says that things at home are much worse than have been previously revealed. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
A bad thing, Your Honor.
What good thing happens when you drink alcohol?
Nothing.
What good thing happens when a 15-year-old girl starts to have sex with other men?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Not a single thing. There isn't anything good about any of that. What makes you valuable?
That's a question I don't even know the answer to.
Do you want to know what makes you common or less valuable?
Yes, Your Honor.
Giving it away for free, making it easy, giving it to people who don't really care about you, playing with fire. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why would anybody want to treat you like a pearl of great price if you rolled around in the mud? You understand what I'm trying to say to you?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
There's a story in the Bible. It's called the Pearl of Great Price. The pearl was very, very valuable. It was a beautiful pearl. And the owner of the pearl one day lost it. And he spent all day searching throughout the entire house to find the pearl. And when he found the pearl, finally, because it had fallen in a crack, when he found the pearl, he rejoiced and brought people to his house and said, "Come to my house and we're going to have a celebration because I found this pearl of great price." It was such a valuable thing that he spent all day looking for it. He wouldn't rest until he found it. What made that pearl such a valuable thing? Do you know?
No, Your Honor.
If everybody had a pearl just like it, would it be valuable?
No, Your Honor.
If he used it to play marbles with, would it be valuable?
No, Your Honor.
If he let everybody into his house to use it as they saw fit, would it be valuable?
No.
If he threw it in the sandbox and let the kids play with it, would it be valuable?
No, Your Honor.
So what makes something valuable?
Something untouchable?
It's rare, right? If it's rare, that is, it's not given to everybody. It's treated with respect. It's only used for its proper purpose. All of those things make it valuable. It's not that you lock it away and never let anybody see it. He wanted everybody to come to his house to see the pearl of great price. But he didn't throw the pearl in the gutter. He didn't put it out in the sandbox. He didn't let everybody touch it. He didn't let the pearl wander off on its own. He prized it. He kept it. He respected it. He only used it for its proper purpose. That's what made it valuable. I see you taking yourself as this pearl of great price and throwing it away. I see you putting it in the gutter. I see you throwing it in the dirt and letting anybody that wants to come around and use it in any way that they want to. You have a gift, young woman. You are a smart young woman, and you are throwing it away for a momentary pleasure. I'm going to go to the party and have a beer or two, or 3 or 4, because that's going to make me feel good for 5 minutes. Doesn't matter that it's going to break my mother's heart. Doesn't matter that it's going to set a bad example for my sisters. It doesn't matter what it does to my self-respect. I'm going to have sex with other young men, or I'm going to have sex with older young men, even worse. I'm going to throw away this pearl of great price and let everybody use me as common property. It doesn't matter that I won't be able to give this valuable thing to my husband in the future. It doesn't matter that nobody will see me as special because I'm a hoe. It doesn't matter that I use it for momentary pleasure instead of holding off and treating it as something to be very valuable. Tell me why I should leave you in your mother's house.
I want things to work. I really do.
How do you show me that?
By getting on the path I was before and respecting her.
Yeah, it's easy to say it, right? You know what to say. You're smart enough to figure out what to say, but then you just use it to manipulate people. Just like you manipulated your mom, just like you manipulate the probation department, just like I'm sure you try to manipulate me. So how do you show me, not just tell me, how do you show me that I should leave you at your mom's house?
By respecting my mom and following her rules. I mean, it's really not hard. My mom doesn't ask for much. It's just my choices that I make.
Yeah, you got it. You see, I told you you're smart. You understand this stuff. Absolutely, you understand it. And at your age, your mother should be able to say to you, I can trust you. Didn't it feel good to you that I trusted you and brought you home from the program?
Felt amazing, Your Honor.
Wouldn't it be good to have other people trust you like that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So how do you get that trust?
By following through with what I say.
Yeah, you do trustworthy things. If you want to be respected and trusted, if you want to have people look at you and say, I can let that person make a decision because they always make good decisions, then you have to make good decisions, right? If you are consistently making good decisions, then your mother will believe that she can let you make more decisions because you'll make good ones. But if you make a series of bad decisions, such as what led us to here, what else do you expect us to do other than to expect that you're going to continue to make bad decisions? You brought up something about your dad. What is it about your dad that's going to change you?
Um, I think it would just be easier because, I mean, he has no kids with him. I mean, like it's just him and his wife, and I think even when I do make mistakes, at least my little sisters won't be watching me make those mistakes. And I think it's just.
So
I
you can
also
get
think it would
away.
just be nice to start a new chapter with somebody or something or somewhere else.
You know what I hear when you say that? I hear these people know me and are going to punish me or limit my decision making. And if I go to my dad, there'll be a honeymoon period for a while until he figures out that I'm not going to do what he tells me to do. That's what I'm hearing. Is that what you were trying to say?
No, Your Honor, not at all. My dad's a lot more strict too. I think it's also self-discipline by me wanting to go there.
So why is it, if you know that that's what your dad's going to do, why is it that you can't use that in the place that you're at now? You know that if you were at your dad's, you wouldn't be getting away with this. Is that what you're saying to me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then why is it, if you know that you can't incorporate that into who you are now? Why do you need me to drop the hammer? Why do you need your dad to drop the hammer on you before you will conform your behavior?
Honestly, I feel like I just need someone on me, like directing me. I don't know what to do when I'm like by myself, so I just do whatever.
And that is part of growing up. I'm going to grant you that. Part of growing up is learning how to make decisions on your own. But Victoria, you are smart enough to figure this out on your own. I don't have a problem if you want to go to your dad's. I'm not saying that it's right or it's wrong. That's not my decision today. My decision today is, what am I going to do with you today? If something else happens in the future, fine. If it doesn't happen, that's fine too. But you will not grow up until you figure out that the issue is you and not whoever's making you do it. As a child, we look to our parents to help us make good decisions, but in the end, as we grow up, it is us that decide. You could have the best parents in the world, and you could decide, I'm not doing that, and you turn out like a reprobate, like somebody who's just needs to be in prison all the time. On the other hand, you could be in the worst home in the world, And you could turn out to be the best kid in the world because you figure it out. I'm not going where my mom and dad are going. I'm gonna do something entirely different. So in the end, it's not just I need to be at my mom's or I need to be at my dad's. It's about you figuring it out. Enough preaching. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to not do everything that I want to do today because I'm going to give you, I'm going to put it this way, one more chance. Okay, but I am going to put some more additional limitations on what the recommendation is. But I got to tell you this, if you continue down this road, I'm going to jerk you out of your house as fast as I possibly can, and I'm going to put you as far away from everybody that you love as fast as I possibly can. Because right now, that's the only thing I think gets your attention. You are going down a road that's going to have you have a baby before you're 17, and your likelihood of success in this world is going to be nil, zero, less than nothing. And you're going to have a life that is so difficult you can't even imagine it right now. And that's throwing it away for dirt. That's throwing that pearl away for nothing. You are, in my estimation, one of the brightest young girls that I've met in a long time. You have the ability to do so much more. And you're acting as if today's little thrill is the only thing that matters. Now, that's something that's common to most kids your age, and eventually you'll grow out of it. But not everybody gets in as much trouble as you have while they're doing it. And that's the problem that I have. You're throwing it away so much faster and earlier than everybody else does. Last hearing, I said I thought you were growing up. I take it back. You're acting like a 4-year-old. This is what 4-year-olds do. They don't understand what the world is doing around them. And all they can think about is, what do I want today at this moment? And they throw a hissy fit as soon as they don't get what they want. Your hissy fit is just called manipulation. I think you've got so much more. And I'm entirely disappointed in what you're giving me. So here's what we're going to do. All prior orders of the court will remain in full force and effect. You will complete the previously court-ordered 25 hours of community service. Ms. DeFighter, how much does she have done right now?
It's on my board in my office. I believe she has 10 or 15 hours completed out of the 25 hours.
All right, then I will say that it must be completed by November the 26th. She's got 16 days to get the rest of those hours done. Now, she must complete a sincere apology letter to the deputy and turn it into the probation department. In addition to that, she must write a sincere apology letter to her mother and turn it into the probation department by November 21st. She must complete a 500-word essay on the dangers of ingesting alcohol at a young age and turn it into the probation department by December the 11th. She must also complete a 500-word essay on the dangers of sexually transmitted diseases by young women. She must complete 40 hours of community service work and turn it into the probation department by January the 16th. And she will be on a curfew after school. She will go straight home and she will stay home unless she has both her mother's permission and the permission of the probation department. She will not be out for anything. She will also turn in all her phones and her electronics for the next month. She will not be on anybody else's electronics or phone for the next month. Victoria, do you understand my ruling?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand why I've done that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell me why I've done that.
Um, um, maybe to show me that my actions have consequences.
That's one thing. What else?
To get me back on track.
Yep. What else?
I don't know, Your Honor.
That you are smart enough and strong enough to make good decisions all of the time, not just when it's easy. So I'm asking you to do difficult things. I'm asking you to write about things that you shouldn't have to write about. I'm asking you to give up electronics and phones. It's not easy to do. I'm asking you to be on, I'm telling you that you're going to be on a curfew because that's not easy to do at your age. And if you can successfully do those things, then you can successfully change your own behavior. You don't need anybody else to make these decisions for you. You're smart enough and wise enough to be able to do it on your own. It's time to make those good decisions every day. That's all. We'll be back here. I want a review hearing in 30 days.
Thank you.
Your Honor, when did you want that second 500 word essay by?
Same time as the first one.
Okay, thank you so much.
I either missed the review hearing in December or they didn't stream it. But either way, it seems that things did not go well for her, and Victoria was ordered back to Juvie at that hearing.
All right, the last case on the court's docket for this afternoon is State of Michigan versus Victoria Ruiz, file J-23-156-DL.
Bob is in here for right now, but Pam emailed me and let me know that her phone was dying, so I'm not sure.
All right. If I could have the attorneys place their appearances on the record, please. Ms. Brooker.
Amanda Brooker, appearing on behalf of the people.
Thank you.
David Delaney for Victoria Ruiz, and I don't see Victoria yet. Well, maybe she's the STYF.
Yes, she's right here. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right, I do see Mom, I do see Victoria. I also see probation department is here en masse. I have received a review report. Mr. Delaney, have you received that as well?
Yes, I have. I just wanted to indicate before the court got going that Mr. Fighter did ask me just before noon by email if I could call Victoria, and I was leaving for lunch, and as the court knows, I was up to the court by about 1:15 in person and back here. We just finished. So I didn't get a chance to call her, but I don't know if she wants a breakout room at some point, but I wanted to get that on the record early. Thank you.
All right, Victoria, do you wish to have some time to go over the report with your attorney before we proceed any further?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I did not hear what you said.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll put you in a breakout room and so you can have a chance to talk with Mr. Delaney. Once you're done there, you'll be able to come back into the courtroom and we will proceed. So the court will be in recess while we do that. All right, I do see that Mr. Delaney and Victoria are back with us, so we'll recall the matter. This is the State of Michigan versus Victoria Ruiz, file J23-156-DL. Mr. Delaney, have you had an adequate opportunity to discuss the review here report with your client?
Yes.
All right. This is a review hearing. Approximately 2 weeks ago, we had a order to show cause, and Victoria was ordered by me to attend to be sent up to the detention facility with the Sioux tribe. She's been there about 2 weeks, so I'm going to ask her in a minute or two how she's doing there and what she thinks she's benefiting from there. But I'm going to start with the probation department. Ms. DeFighter, Can you update me as to how things are going and where we are since we were in court last?
Your Honor, I've had 2 phone calls with Victoria since she's been placed. The first one was not so nice. The second one was a little bit better. Victoria believes that if she returns home to her mother, then the problems will continue to happen and escalate. She had talked about getting emancipated again. I know that that was a conversation when she was last in Ottawa County, that she was questioning the emancipation process. She did say that she felt that I was not listening to her and she wanted a new caseworker and a new judge. Last week when I had talked to her, she did state that she's fine where she's at in Juvie, but if she goes home, that nothing will change. Again, it wasn't really much of the phone call, and this was on January 8th, 2026. This wasn't much of a phone call as she really didn't want to speak to me. We did have a conversation today regarding her report. She seemed a lot in a better of a mood, I should say. And she thought that she had turned in some assignments that I had stated that were not turned in, but we got those squared away. And she understands that she is behind on 6 assignments and sounds like she wants to just get off probation as soon as possible.
All right. Ms. Brucker, anything from your perspective?
I mean, it just kind of feels like we're here a lot on these hearings and we have the same conversations. And I mean, obviously Victoria's still in placement, so we don't know what's going to happen when she gets back. But, you know, I don't feel very positive, I guess, hearing that report. I think Victoria wants to do what she wants to do. I guess she'll, you know, serve the rest of the time she'll be there and we'll just have to keep monitoring her.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Delaney, any allocution from you?
Yeah, just a few things. One of the things that we talked about a couple of things while we were on the break. The first was there were some pending old assault charges, and I thought I saw a dismissal come through. It's on the docket for an inquiry hearing. Is that going to be next? Or did that get dismissed? She hasn't had any recent assaults, but there was maybe October or November. Ms. Brucker, can you weigh in on that?
You mean about the current case?
Yeah, is that it? And when I say old allegation for Victoria, October and November are old because we've been through so much already. Is there still something out there?
There's one from December.
Oh, with her and her mother?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Judge, are we doing that after the review hearing?
Have we gotten a petition on that, Ms. Brucker?
We did the petition. I guess that is a question. Does the court have it down there? We did it back in December, but.
Your Honor, we do have that petition. I did just forward it to Mr. Fighter. I'm not sure that you have it, but I do know that it's that we do have it.
Ms. Johnson,
I like to say is I don't see it. I don't see it in the court file. So
give me just a minute, Mr. Delaney.
Thank you. Sorry, I know we were all talking at once.
It'll be petition 25-4, and it's going to be for domestic violence. It alleges that on or about December 16th that Victoria did assault and batter her mother.
Okay, I probably wasn't aware. I hadn't looked at that. So okay, we'll come back to that later. The second thing that Victoria and I talked about, and while we always have attorney-client privilege, but this is something that came up in court before she went to the SUE, and it's just been touched upon. And obviously, the relationship with her mother. I wish that Victoria could communicate with people the way she communicates with me. But I'm not the court sending her to the SUE or her mom telling her to go to her room or the probation officer telling her to do an essay. So I'm in a kind of a different situation. But, you know, she communicates very well with me. And what I said to her was, this relationship with her mother is pretty critical to her success going forward. Victoria has earned her way with her mother. We know she's gotten mad and broken things and things like that. And even the court said, and I would say this if her mom was here, there's probably some days that mom's not having the best day either. I believe she works. She's got 2 other children. She's married. And so they have to cohabitate. But what I told Victoria is if she's making the effort, and we have the proofs in the pudding, but mom isn't helping, then tell Mr. Fighter that, or tell Miss Johnson that, to say, Judge, I went to my room and I did what she asked me to do, but mom came in and she doesn't get the benefit of the doubt, which she's earned. I told her that, Victoria has earned her way in this court. So sometimes you can't tell if she's telling us what happened. But if she is making the effort, then I'd like her to tell Mr. Fighter so we can help solve that with mom. But I also said to Victoria that if she comes home and mom makes an offhanded remark, but it's not a big deal, just go to your room or find something to do. You can't overreact to that. And then you've lost the ability to say, mom's not helping me, because you overreacted and threw something. So, and Victoria's got to work through, and I'm saying all this because I'm in court with Victoria a lot. She leads the pack, although there was a gentleman today that went to detention. So, the court is even-handed. But the court can't provide the assistance to her unless it knows what's going on in that home. And Victoria has some credibility issues once in a while. So if she wants to be out in 2 weeks and we don't want to be back in court again, and I don't know what the answer is, what's going on in those 4 walls. So I guess I'll leave that to the probation office and the court to figure out. But other than that, I want to see Victoria succeed, and I don't want to see her in court anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. I would note for the record that Mom, Ms. Reichstroff, was present at the beginning of the case. We had some communication from her that her phone was dying, and it appears that has occurred. We're looking and monitoring to see if she is able to come back in, but nothing so far. So we'll just continue on. Victoria, now is your opportunity, if you wish, to tell me how you're doing, how things are going at the Sioux tribe, and what you're looking forward to when you get back.
I'm doing good, Your Honor. I'm mad at myself that I'm in this position again. I think, I don't do much here. I sleep and watch TV all day, but that gives me a lot of time to think about what I'm gonna do when I go home. I'm excited to jump back into school, and I'm turning 16 next month, so I'm gonna look for jobs, and I'm gonna start driver's training as soon as I get out here. I think I took advantage of my freedom when I got out of Ottawa also. Um, I'm not gonna let that happen again. I'm gonna try to occupy myself as much as possible for when I get out, so I don't have this happen again, and I don't want this to become a cycle anymore. And as for my mom, I think I'm just whatever she asked me to do, I'm not even gonna try to be right. Even if I am, I'm just gonna do it because I do want to get off probation and um get this over with. And I kind of want to leave this in the past when I am off. Um, I've honestly, Your Honor, I've already had some crazy nights. I've lived a teenage life, and I'm kind of done, kind of over it. Just want to go back to school. So that's all.
Well, thank you for that. I don't know if you can see from your vantage point that I was smiling to myself as you were talking. I always enjoy listening to you because I think you're one of the more self-aware people that I know that I have contact with in the court system. You have a way of talking about yourself in the third person, which not many people are able to do. And I say that as a compliment to you because you recognize how you're feeling, but you also recognize how to say things in a way that gets people to do what you want them to do. So And I think you're doing the same thing that I was doing. The corners of your mouth are turning up a little bit when I said that. It's one of those things that as you get older, I hope you put to good use. Because knowing who you are and what you are, and knowing how to talk in a way that influences people can have very good applications. You can do anything if you know who you are and you know what your skills are and you know how to positively influence people. The problem with that skill is that you can also do a lot of bad things and get away with it for a while. I'm hoping that you're recognizing that and that what you just told me, that you're done, that you're over with the teenage kind of things, as you put them, is true. And I'm hoping that you truly do that, because I think that you could do very, very well in your future. But the only way to figure that out is for you to actually do it. So I'm not going to give you any big pep talks today. I'm not going to say, what my wisest thing that I can think of is, because you've already heard it. You know all that stuff. We've already had those good conversations. So I'm not going to pretend that I know all the answers. I'm just going to say I'm waiting for you to show me. And if you show me, the recommendation in this case is that you could be done in May, the middle of May. So basically when school would be out, you could be, and I don't say that you're going to be, I say that you could be done with probation if you do what you're supposed to do. So I'm going to lay that out for you and say, I'm going to follow this recommendation and give you that opportunity to control your own destiny. If you do the things that you're supposed to do, you're going to be done with us in May, and you'll be out driving and going to school and enjoying freedoms. And if you're not going to do the things that you're supposed to do, you're going to be right back where you're sitting right now, because you know that that's what I'll do, because I've done it twice to you now, and it doesn't bother me. I go home at night. I get to play my guitar and read my books and shovel the snow as it keeps coming down. So I live my life. You've got to figure out how it is that you're going to live your life. So I'm done preaching to you. I'm just going to say, do the right thing, and we'll see what you do. Okay?
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right. So I'm going to read the recommendations in just a minute and say that that's my order. But basically, in my mind, it boils down to a couple of things. If you do the things that you haven't done that you've already been ordered to do, that's some of the community service work, the apology letter, the essays, you get those things done. And I'm quite confident that you can do those things in your sleep. I know that you know how to do that stuff. So you do the things that you've been ordered to do in the past, get them out of the way. And then it boils down to this. We're going to put you on, when you get back from the SUE, we're going to put you on a GPS tether, and we're going to put you on house arrest. And if you go to school and do your schoolwork and you keep your mouth shut at home, you said it the right way, whether you're right or not, it doesn't matter, because you're the child and you're not the mom. At some point, you're going to be the mom, and you're probably going to have a child that's just like you, and you're going to smile just like you are right now when you realize how much what takes to be a mom and how hard it is sometimes to be a child. So I'm not putting it all on you. I'm just saying, I think you're growing up. I hope that you're growing up, and someday you'll recognize that it's hard being a mom. So once you get there, your job, once you get home, your job is to do what you're told, period, because that's your job. That's as a 16-year-old, that's what your job is. When you get to be 22, 24, 26, whatever it is, and you get to be your own mom, then you can make your own rules. But for now, you got to do what you got to do. And that's just part of growing up. So having said all that, here's the order. All the prior orders of the court remain in full force and effect, and you got to do what you've already been ordered to do. You will remain on the formal calendar probation in community-based services with a tentative release date of May the 15th. So that's your out date if you do everything you're supposed to do. and that's dependent upon completion of all your probationary requirements. You will complete your previously court-ordered 25 hours of community service work by February the 25th. That means you've got about 25 days to do 25 hours of community service to get the first one done. And there's 2 more after that. Then you got 35 hours of community service work that you have to get done by March the 20th. So another 30 days to do 35 hours. And then you got 40 hours of community service to be done by April the 17th. Again, another 30 days to do 40 hours. So you're going to have to hustle and work at it. You can't leave it for the last minute. But if you hustle, you can get it done. And then you have to complete the apology letter to your mother by February the 13th. Complete the 5-hour remaining words on your 500-word essay on the dangers of ingesting alcohol at a young age. You only gave me 300 and some words. You got to give me 500 because that's what I told you to do. So you got to do what you got to do.
I'm
all
sorry.
right. That's all right. It doesn't matter to me. You're the one that's got to come up with it. I just said you didn't do it yet, so you got to finish it. All right. Then once you get done with all of that stuff, once you get back here and I started to do those kind of things, you're going to be on a GPS tether as arranged by the probation department, and you will be on a strict house arrest and abide by all terms and conditions of the house arrest, which means following the rules at home. It also means not being a smart mouth. And I say that because when I was a kid, I was a smart mouth, so I know how hard it is, right? So you got to control what you can control, which is schoolwork, homework, and mouth engaged only when appropriate. Okay. If you do all that, I'll get you out of here in May. If you don't do all of that, you and I are going to have to talk again. All right. Any questions that you have? Any questions about you that you have?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. How long am I on house arrest? Or like
Till I say so.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
It's a merit-based system. Better you act, the shorter it happens. That's all there is to say about that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Delaney, anything else?
Yes, it must be my day to weigh in. Victoria got my attention when she said she's going to be looking for a job. I don't know if the court can order it, but I would certainly like her to consult with Mr. Fighter or Miss Johnson about where she applies for a job. And I'm going to pick on a place that's no longer in existence, but maybe the court and Miss Brooker remember the Fireside in Gaylord. How much business did that bring the prosecutor's office on a Monday? And the waitresses make good money there, but not a good place for Victoria to work. So she may have to apply at the public library, you know, in those places that serve alcohol. So it's just a fast place, and they'd probably hire her to be a bus girl or something like that. But I represent clients in bars and restaurants, and she's not ready for that. But I don't know if the court can order that or not. But I just want to point that out, please. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Delaney, and I'm going to ask probation to monitor. I'm not going to tell her where she can't, when or where she can't or can't work. But I think I would echo Mr. Delaney's sentiments and say better choices equal more likelihood that you're going to get more freedom. So I'll leave it at that because I want you to figure those things out. Because if I tell you what to do, you're not learning anything. But if you figure it out and do well at it, I can certainly pat you on the back and say, great job. Yes, you can do those things. But you're under my control at this point. I'm trying not to put my thumb down on you. I'm trying to give you as much room as I can to figure it out on your own. So that's one of the areas that you're going to have to figure out. What's a good place? What's an appropriate place for a young lady to be at, as opposed to where can I make the most money and how fast can I live my life? Understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Brooker, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Fighter, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Victoria, as always, it's good to see you, but don't take it the wrong way. I hope I don't see you in a while. Okay?
I understand. Thank you, Your Honor.
That's all for today. That'll be the order of the court. Thank you. We're in recess. All right, looks like we're waiting for Mom to be here, so I think we're just right on the nose for the time. Let me give her a little bit more time to see if she's going to appear.
Your Honor, I'm also going to give her a call too in the meantime.
Thank you very much.
There she is, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. This is the State of Michigan versus Victoria Ruiz, file J-23-156-DL. If I could have the attorneys state their names for the record, please, starting with the prosecutor.
Amanda Brooker appearing on behalf of people.
Thank you.
David Delaney for Victoria, and she is here via Zoom.
All right, I do see Victoria, I do see Mom is with us, and then we have Ms. DeFeiter and Ms. McCleve from the Juvenile Department with us as well. This is a inquiry hearing on a probation, or excuse me, a petition -25-4, which alleges domestic violence, assault and battery regarding Mom Melissa Reichscroft on or about November the 24th of 2025. I would note that this petition, the date of the offense predates Victoria's recent status at the detention center for a while. And I'm wondering, Ms. Brooker and the Juvenile Department, whether there needs to be additional prosecution, or would that action that we took recently after she left the Lion's Den would be sufficient for your needs and just continue the orders? Any thoughts on that?
If she's going to, if she's going to be placed in this facility and complete the treatment program, from my perspective, I don't need any other orders.
And I apologize for kind of springing you on that live, but it just appears to me that that might be something worth thinking about. And that doesn't necessarily have to, decision on that doesn't necessarily have to be made immediately.
Yeah, I'm just counting the number of declined petitions I have involving Victoria for that particular reason, and I'm up to about 6. So
Drew, I don't
Yeah,
think
let's-
Victoria's avoided punishment in this case.
Right.
And
no, I agree with that.
To Victoria,
But-
November 24th was a long, long time ago. That was a different Victoria, and we recognize, I recognize it's the prosecutor's discretion. I'm not ganging up on Ms. Brooker. She knows this case well, and I don't think, in my view, if I could weigh in, that Victoria would misinterpret that if it was dismissed that she got away with something. I think she takes
With
that.
And maybe are we doing a review today too, Judge, or is this just the inquiry today?
This is just the inquiry on that petition. So I think we had a hearing on the January the 20th, and I don't see the next date yet, at least not in the court file. Do we have another review hearing set up? Give me just a minute and I'll see what the computer says.
I was going to suggest perhaps we begin the inquiry today. We get it aligned with the next review hearing for our next hearing. We see where she is on that. And then I can make some decisions down the road on it, depending on how she's doing.
That sounds pretty good as well. Go ahead, Mr. Delaney.
I was just going to say, Victoria's here. She probably wouldn't mind an impromptu review just to see where everything's going, if there's any changes and release dates and things like that. If the court and the personnel are willing to, and Mom's here too, to sort of see where we're at, since she's unfortunately been a regular visitor with our court, she might want an update.
It looks like our next review date would be in April, which is a substantial ways down the road yet. I wouldn't mind hearing from Victoria and from Mom and from the Juvenile Department as to how they think she's doing. So, Mom, from your perspective, how is Victoria doing, and what are your thoughts?
I've spoke to Victoria. It sounds to me as if she's done some growing up. She's wrote me an apology letter. She's also done some other things that you guys have asked for, some other project documents that she had to write up. She has finished those. I do see a difference with her this time around, when rather than when she was at the other facility where she thought it was a lot of games, and I haven't heard any of that. I haven't also went to go visit her. I had made an agreement beforehand that I was gonna let her just ride this one out on her own, and let her really think about her actions and how crucial it is for her right now to get it together and to make some serious decisions. And she has, like I said, wrote an apology letter and has told me that. Now I mean, do I know 100% if it's genuine? I don't, and I'm gonna find out. But in this time that she has been in there, I've been getting some intense counseling one-on-one on my own, and working with the Women's Resource Center to, although they don't have parenting there, they have online classes to deal with troubled teens and that are going through what she's going through, so I could learn how to deal with stuff like this. And so yeah, she has sound a lot better on the phone though, Your Honor, to be honest with you.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. So thank you. And I do appreciate the fact that you're doing some work while she's not at home to prepare for when she does come back home. So I appreciate the parenting classes and the time that you're taking there.
Thank you.
Victoria, can you give me an update as to how things are going at the center and when you expect to be done with that program there?
Your Honor, things are going good. I think I have also done a little bit of growing up just because like at Ottawa, I was more like I'm finally out, and like I was just having like a lot of fun with my friends and stuff, and like I feel like now I just kind of want to go home and like get back into school, and like I have like no desire or intentions on even like I don't even like want to go out of my house, to be honest. I kind of just want to like jump back into school and like just get off probation, to be honest.
Do you know when your last day is at the detention center now?
In 2 days, Your Honor.
I thought it was pretty quick. Ms. DeFighter or Ms. McCleve, do we have a plan in place for when she does return as to what things she should be doing once she's back here? I know that she's got a bunch of stuff to finish, but is there anything new that we would put in place, or do you want to maybe have a review hearing a couple of weeks down the road once she's back here and maybe starts to get settled to both decide whether we're going to keep prosecution on the new petition and what she needs to do when she's here with mom and getting back in school and getting back into the swing of things?
Your Honor, I would say I would like a review hearing in a couple of weeks coming back, as we all know that mom is one of her biggest triggers. She struggles when she is one-on-one with mom for too long. I would also like to add that I have not received any documentations of any of her required court-ordered requirements that are said to be completed. So if those could be either faxed or sent to me via mail, that would be great. So then the probation department can count those off. I will say that I've spoke to Victoria, I believe 3 times, twice since her last review hearing that was on January 20th, and she was disrespectful to me and rude. I did speak to her this morning and she was a lot better, wanted some answers, knew how to respectfully ask for what to be expected on court or what it looks like when she comes home. So she's starting to communicate better. She did want to know, based on last time when I had asked for a tether to be placed when she arrives home, she wanted to know how long, and I let her know that I asked for 30 days. But Your Honor, you have asked for when you said so. So she wasn't sure with what time frame that was going to look like. So I told her that I would mention it. I told her I would mention it today so that way we can talk about that. I think when she comes home, it could repeat some of our previous issues with her. I'm hoping that she has learned since being in a secure facility. It's not treatment, it's juvie.
All right. I think it would be a good idea for us to have some type of a review hearing fairly quickly after she is returned home. just because I do know that there have been difficulties in the past, and I want to make sure that things don't spiral out of control before we have a good plan in place. I think I don't want to set anybody up for failure. I want things to go well, and then I want to have a good conversation about, is there a necessity for continued prosecution? Certainly, Victoria has earned the problems that she's gotten herself into, but I also want to give her the opportunity to earn her way out of those problems. So I'd like to think about that a little bit more and give prosecutor and juvenile department a little more opportunity to not be pressured into doing something that I may be perceived as raising inappropriately. So I'm going to do the bare minimum today as far as the inquiry hearing goes. We'll get the requirements out of the way in just a minute. And then Victoria, for your information, we'll have a hearing shortly after you get back here. I don't have my calendar in front of me right now, but we'll get it in as quickly as we can to let you know a little more about what is going to be required of you, how long things are going to be. Some of it isn't going to answer all of your questions, though. I'm probably not going to tell you how long the tether is going to be on. When I did speak with the probation department, that was my response until I say otherwise. And the reason for that is I want you to earn it. If I just tell you that there's a date, you're just going to hide stuff from me until the date comes. So this way, you don't have a date to hide from. Okay, you just got to show me. One of the ways that you're going to show me is that when the juvenile department calls you, or the school talks with you, or Mr. Delaney talks with you, any authority figure talks with you, you are respectful. There's no cause, there's no reason for you to be saying anything other than respectfully to your those adults that are talking with you. So whether you're having a good day or a bad day, whether they're asking you about things that you like or don't like, doesn't matter. Part of growing up is doing the right thing no matter what. Agreed?
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
you know that, so I'll stop preaching. So we're going to get you back here as quickly as we can. You got to do the time that you got to do, and that's just the way it is. And once you're here, we'll get you into court and get you as many answered questions as we can, and then we'll see how you do. And that's really, it's going to be you. If you earn it, you'll get it. If you want it, then show me. Okay, that's kind of where I'm at with you. You're old enough. You've seen me enough times. The magic's not in me talking or you talking. It's in what you do, and that's where it's going to be. That's where we're going to leave it. So let me just get through the requirements of the preliminary hearing. So I'll do that right now. Victoria, there is a new petition. It's for an older date, but it's a newer petition that we're going to bring in front of you right now. The charge against you is called domestic violence. It says that you did assault or assault and batter Melissa Ricecroft on or about November 24th of 2025 in Otsego County. That is if you were an adult, that would be called a criminal misdemeanor offense. It would have a maximum penalty of 93 days and or a $500 fine. Because this is a juvenile or a delinquency matter, it does not carry the potential for jail time. However, the court could, just like you are now, put you in detention, could put you in out-of-home placement, could put you on probation, require community service work, and all of the things that you've received so far on probation. All of those options would be available to the court. You have the right to have an attorney represent you. Mr. Delaney would be and is appointed to cover this case for you. You'd have the right to have a trial. That would be a trial before a judge, me, and before a jury if you wish, or you could enter a plea at a future time as well. We're going to get you a copy of that. If you haven't seen a copy of it, once you're back here, we'll send a copy to your attorney. We'll also make a copy of that available to you and to your mom to make sure that you understand what the allegations are against you. So we'll appoint the attorney. We will continue this matter to give you and your attorney an opportunity to discuss the matter once you come back from detention. I think it's more important that you work on the detention, finishing that strong instead of worrying about this. So once you get back, I'll give you an opportunity to speak with Mr. Delaney prior to the next court hearing, and then we'll kind of go from there and set some court dates on this matter if we're going to continue it. So I will not authorize the petition at this point. I'm going to give you and your attorney an opportunity to speak with each other about the case once you've gotten back from detention. Mr. Delaney, is there anything else that you'd ask of me to do today?
No, I did want to ask Mom a question if I could. Victoria is going to be 16, is that correct?
Correct.
So is driving the next thing that she's going to ask about, or is that what's going to happen there? Because I like to prepare for that, because if you're not going to let her drive or take the classes and things like that. So has she already turned?
She turned 16 on the 26th, and that was a discussion that we recently had because on her 16th birthday, she was getting a car. And because of her actions, she's going to have to earn that trust. And we're going to have to see, because I would, of course, love her to drive to get to work and get to sports and stuff like that. So that is doing the driving ed, and it is going to be something she's going to be doing.
Okay, so at least probation's aware of that. And then just briefly, Judge, the second thing is that Victoria gets to learn Latin today, and that Latin's going to be sua sponte. And what that means, Victoria, is on its own. And the court knows where I'm going with this. The judge on his own today, I mean, I don't communicate with the court outside of court, raised this issue of maybe dismissing that domestic violence case. It may or may not happen, but what I want you to take from that is fairness. That's all you can ask for in life sometimes, Victoria, is that you were treated fairly, and the court just demonstrated that. So never lose sight of that, of how you're treated in this court system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Ms. Brucker, anything else that you would add at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. DeFighter, if you could kind of spearhead, get with Ms. Ogram from court and get a date for a review hearing, and speak with Ms. Brucker and Ms. McCleave about the juvenile case that's pending, the charge of domestic violence charge against her, and have some frank discussions about where we should go from here once she is back. And then I'd like to have that review hearing as quickly as possible upon her return, even if we have to try to squeeze it in someplace relatively short. I just want to make sure that we're not setting Victoria up for failure when she comes home and doesn't know what she's supposed to do and when she's supposed to do it and how she's supposed to do it. I want to make sure that she's got an opportunity to succeed there. Any questions that you have, Ms. DeFighter?
No questions, just one comment, please.
Go ahead.
Melissa, once you pick Victoria up on Thursday, if you just want to bring her right here, we'll get that tether on her. I'll give her back her phone. And then at that point, I should have a date and time for you guys for that review hearing. And then we can plan out what counseling looks like and all the housekeeping things that we need to do from there. Okay.
Will do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. That sounds very good. All right. That'll be all for today. Good luck to you, Victoria. I look forward to hearing from you soon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Here, Mom is here. Probation Department is also here. We're here today on two things. One is a inquiry hearing on a petition 25-4, and the second is a review hearing. As to the petition reads as follows. It says that on or about November 24th of 2025, within Otsego County, that Victoria did commit the offense of domestic violence in that she did assault and batter Melissa Ricecroft, a resident or former resident of her household. If this were a criminal case, it would be a misdemeanor with a maximum penalty of 93 days and or a $500 fine. Because we are in family court, it is not a criminal matter, it is a family matter. The consequences in family court can include probation, which includes community service, letters, in-home and out-of-home service programs, counseling, school requirements. I could remove you from the home. I could place you in out-of-home placement. I could place you in detention. And send you to things like the mid-course correction camp and or the recommendation, which in this case is the Sioux Tribe Youth Facility. those are all the consequences that I could do in this particular case. The rights that you have include the right to have a hearing on that petition. At that hearing, you could have a trial by a judge or by a jury. You have the right to have your attorney represent you at that hearing. You have the right to seek placement with your mother, and you can admit or deny the allegations made against you. Mr. Delaney, how does your client wish to proceed today?
At the last hearing, we were looking at what the prosecutor wanted to do about this case, and I haven't heard from the prosecutor, but I've worked that up for a long time. I anticipate that their position today would be, they could confirm, admit to the charge, and that's the only offer that they would be making.
That's correct, David.
Okay. And I think that Victoria will admit to that unless she tells me that this never happened, because to us, November was a long time ago. She's been through a lot of detention since then. If this happened yesterday, I think that would get the court's attention immediately. And so I think that Victoria would admit to that. Do you remember this offense back on November 24th?
I do know it.
Okay, was that around Thanksgiving? Does anybody know the time?
It was.
Does that help you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, and so she's had a lot of altercations with her mom, so if the court could just indicate if we know what exactly happened, I think she'd admit to that. Do you remember? Did she push you or shove you or, okay.
Was
Was
it?
Okay, so that, it's refreshing her recollection. You were fighting over a cell phone?
I believe so.
Okay, and then did you push your mom? Okay, the court will have to ask you the questions directly, but that.
I have a copy of the case report from the Sheriff's Department. She'd like to read it to help refresh her recollection.
You think you need to read, or do you remember now?
I remember now.
Okay.
All right. Victoria, you've heard what your attorney has said. Is it your intention to enter a plea to this charge today?
Admit to it.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You understand the rights that I've read to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if you wanted to, the court would have a hearing where the burden of proof would remain with the prosecutor's office. They would have to bring in evidence to show all of that happened. You would not have to admit to it if you did not want to. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have your right to have your attorney represent you. He's going to continue to represent you today, but you'd be giving up your right to have him cross-examine witnesses and make arguments on your behalf at that trial to say that you were not responsible. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding all of that, do you still wish to enter a plea today?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, go ahead and put your hand down. Has anybody promised you anything to get you to enter this, to make an admission today?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you in any way to get you to make an admission today?
No, Your Honor.
Are you doing this of your own free choice and free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
The allegation is that you assaulted and battered, that is, you hit or hurt or pushed or shoved or made your mother believe that you were going to do any of those things on or about November the 24th of 2025. What happened?
Your Honor, that was a minute ago. We were probably wrestling over my phone, and I might have pushed her. And I believe that is what happened, actually. But
Police report says that Melissa told the police that Victoria assaulted her because she took her phone from her. Is that true?
yes, Your Honor.
That you also were insulting and fighting with your sister. Your mom tried to take the phone from you several times, and which led to Victoria pushing Melissa out of the door. Is all of that true?
Like my mom, Melissa, or my little sister, Melissa.
Which led to Victoria pushing Melissa out the door, and that Victoria kept coming at Melissa, and that you then assaulted your mom.
Is Melissa your sister's name also?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
I believe the report's referring to her mother, Melissa.
Right,
and
okay,
then,
yes.
yes.
Yes, they pushed mom out the door.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Either council have any additional factual basis questions?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
Either council aware of any other promises, threats, or inducements not stated on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Will council believe I complied with the court rule as to plea taking?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I will accept the plea. I do find that it was knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily given based on her answers to my questions, and she has admitted to making assault and battery on her mom on November 24th at the home here in Gaylord. Is it also true that she is the person that you assaulted is your mother, and she had been living in the same home with you at the time?
Yes, sir.
All right, I do find that there was a proper factual basis for the domestic violence relationship based on that information as well. And the court will accept that. We'll ask the probation department to do a important recommendation for consequences as to this. Is there anything else we need to do as to this particular part of the case, Ms. Slater?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll now move to the review hearing, which is set for today as well. Mr. Delaney, have you had a chance to review the department today?
Yes, and let me see if I have a question about that. The recommendations on the second to last page, really under the requirement section, is that what you're asking for today?
Under the summary.
Yes. The apology letter, the community service.
Those requirements are requirements that Victoria has not completed.
Okay.
I did not provide Victoria with the recommendations for today as she is a flight risk, but I'm willing to read those. David, if you don't have a copy of that.
I may, but go ahead and please read those to me because I haven't seen that.
Victoria complete her previously court-ordered apology letter to her mother and turn it into the probation department by March 27th, 2026. Victoria complete her previously court-ordered 25 hours of community service and turn it into the probation department by March 20th, 2026. Victoria be placed at the Sioux Tribe Youth Facility for up to 30 days as arranged by the probation department. Victoria be transported to the Sioux Tribe Youth Facility by court staff, myself, and Amber McCleve. Victoria's tether be removed pending approval of placement at the Sioux Tribe Youth Facility. If I could expand on why I asked for those recommendations.
Certainly.
I am looking at potentially getting Victoria into a residential treatment program a lot longer than when she was at the Ottawa County treatment program, RISE treatment program. In order to do that, it takes longer than 3 days in a week to do that. So I am in the process of talking with the Jackson County residential program as well as the Midland County residential program, but I just needed more time. So this is a pending that.
So if there's a bed available in those other programs in Midland or in Jackson, should she be removed from Sioux?
Yes, Your Honor. And I did speak to the Sioux Tribe Youth Facility and saying up to 30 days and not putting an actual release date on that court order would allow us to then provide a second court order with a release date to transport her to one of those other ones.
All right. Mr. Delaney, do you understand the recommendations that have been made?
Yes, I do. And I just want to indicate Victoria was probably thinking that those might have been the recommendations. I also understand the probation office's purposes in not making those immediately public because of their concern about the flight risk. And so there are certainly times when I'm not going to be given all the information for that reason, even though it's rare, but I do understand it. So I wanted Victoria to be aware of that when she came by yesterday or even today, I wasn't aware of those recommendations, but now she knows why. I did ask Victoria about the summary section, which I knew the court would flag, and that is not just the unmanageable conflict, but the household in danger. And I didn't get any information from Victoria, which I understand, that would rise to that level, but perhaps we could make a record because I understand Victoria was picked up on February 5th, today's the 24th, so in a period of 19 days, something happened that got the attention of probation department and or her mother. And so if we could make a record of that, that would assist me in my advocacy for her today.
All right. Ms. DeFider, specifically in the part of your report indicating progress since the incident, and so it would be page, you can see where that one.
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you go over the basis for your recommendations in those factual determinations, where you got the information from and why you phrased things the way that you did?
Yes, Your Honor. Melissa has been in close contact with me Previously, since Victoria has been released, Melissa reports that Victoria will steal her phone charger. By her, I mean Melissa's phone charger, until Melissa's battery is dead. Melissa added that Victoria's volume is very loud in the home, and now that the other children in the home have to wear earmuffs and headphones because their heads hurt. Melissa added that they have headaches every day and sometimes miss school based on that. I did try to drug test Victoria twice, but she declined getting out of the car the first time. The second time, she did not report. Melissa reported on February 17th that Victoria came at Melissa with a shovel in the middle of the street as Melissa was attempting to exit her driveway. At this point, Melissa added that Victoria is dangerous and she does not feel safe in the home with Victoria.
On the previous page, under heading progress since the incident, second paragraph down, it makes there's a sentence that says Victoria obtained a cell phone days after hers was confiscated by the probation department, deliberately violating this court order. What information do you have about that?
So we collected her phone prior to her. I would like to say that was when she exited the lion's den, or maybe it was prior to her entering the lion's den. We had collected her phone from her, and she had obtained a second phone days after we had collected that from the school. The progress since incident is her entire case, so spelling out what we've done when she first came to probation up until this point.
Was it communicated to her that she was to not have a cell phone?
Yes, Your Honor. It was in the court order that she's to not use, possessed anybody else's cell phone devices for that period of 30 days.
There's also mention of Victoria refusing to ride the school bus and having friends over when her mom is at work. Where did you get that information from?
I got that information from Melissa. Victoria is on strict house arrest, and she was instructed to ride the school bus, the Gaylord school bus, home after school, to and from after school. Victoria tends to stay after or refuse to ride that school bus home, and Melissa has to go pick her up. Melissa stated that when she's at work on the weekends, Victoria has friends over, and she has to either leave work or call to have those friends leave. Victoria was outlined in her tether agreement, or strict house arrest tether agreement, that she was not allowed to go anywhere, nor were friends allowed to come over as well. Melissa did state, I believe it was yesterday, that Victoria has a whole plan for her birthday this Thursday and having friends come over, knowing that she is on that tether. I would also like to add that Victoria's tether is dead right now because she refuses to charge it when she's supposed to.
Okay. Mr. Delaney, do you have any questions for the probation officer?
I do not, and I wanted to provide some more information to the court, sort of unrelated to this, so the court can, and the officers in probation can digest this. Victoria indicates that her mom is going to be filing for divorce from Victoria's stepfather and moving to California, where her biological father is. I'm not suggesting there's going to be a unification on that basis, but whether or not those things are going to occur or not occur, I think that would be important to the court if they have merit. If she's going to be leaving the jurisdiction, can she leave the jurisdiction? What impact will that have? And I wanted to make sure from Victoria's standpoint that I could advise the court of that. And so I think Victoria indicated she had advised the probation office about that, or did you not know?
She did provide or advise us about that. However, she stated that would happen in July.
Okay, so however that's relevant to the court, and the court may inquire of mother if she deems it relevant. And then beyond that, Judge, I think that I'll reserve advocacy unless the court's asking me now about the recommendations.
Well, first I want to make sure that if there's any other factual basis or any other additions, corrections, or deletions you'd like to make to the report.
Well, let me ask probation one more question. The list of things that you have provided that's in your report and what you've indicated today, had you talked to Victoria about that?
I've let her know that she has multiple probation requirements to complete, such as the community service apology letters and those essays. I have provided her with more community service sheets as well as lined paper for that apology letter and those essays, and she refuses to complete those. This would be my third time extending those requirements, roughly.
Did you ask her about the shovel and the keeping of the phone and being loud at the house and the school bus and things like that?
No, David, because I
Okay.
was made aware of that, I believe, potentially it could be of last Wednesday or maybe it was last Tuesday. And Victoria's cell service is turned off on her phone. Trying to eliminate Melissa and Victoria being in the same car for more than they need to be.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Delaney?
No, thank you.
All right. Ms. DeFider, anything else that you want to add to your report by way of statement now?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Bruker, any thoughts that you have?
As the court knows, we've been here many times on Victoria. The court spent a lot of time talking to her about her requirements and expectations and what's to be expected. I'm pretty disappointed that, since she was released just on February 5th, we're already having a lot of issues, refusing to drug test 5 days after she gets back and causing a lot of chaos and stress in the home. So it kind of feels like the last stint in detention she didn't really take anything out of it. So I do support the recommendations, so by probation.
Allocution, Mr. Delaney.
If these allegations are accurate, and the court may need to get to the bottom of that, even through mom and or from Victoria, it's going to be a concern for the court. She just got released. It's only been 3 weeks. It's making the court's decision to keep her here very difficult, or making it easy for the court to place her in the SUE if most of these things are accurate. So I think if there's a factual basis, considering her history and mostly considering her recent release, that it's a badge that she probably didn't want to earn, but may have.
Mom, your thoughts?
It was really hard at first. She came home and there was a lot going on. Personally, we found out a lot of stuff had happened, and my husband, even though we've been separated for years, just him relapsing and drinking and stuff like that. We found out there's a lot going on for right when she came home. And then her behavior, I'm not gonna lie, it was bad for days. A lot of that is true. My other kids and I was having to I had made it clear when they put the tether on, I'll give it a try, but as soon as she starts making us feel like we're in a situation where my kids or my other kids are not safe, that's where I have to draw the line, because I can't continue to allow that. And when it's affecting the other kids. And so she was really bad for a week. And over the time, whether I don't know if she's seen how serious I was, because I called Riley and told her, because I'm just not allowing it anymore. I just can't do it for my other kids. And I've tried everything. So it's you're really giving me not many options, Victoria. And so I think she's seen I was so serious, just how I was totally just avoiding her. We weren't talking. She wasn't getting her way. I would bring food home and stuff. I was there's food at the house, make food. I was just really buckling down and standing on business. And so lately she has been a lot better and has improved. And so this makes it very hard for me right now, because when she's good, she's so good. She's got all her grades up to straight A's. She's been doing good, helping with her sisters. And so it makes it really hard for me, because I don't want to have to see her go again. It's a roller coaster for all of us. But I also have to I want her to learn that there's, the moral of this is so she could be held accountable and so she could change her ways. And so I was completely transparent with her. I told her everything I told Riley, and I explained to her why. And I explained to her that I'm not trying to do this so she could get sent away. I want my daughter home with us. There's nothing more than I want is for her to get it together and change. But I have to be honest, because I have other kids that are going through this. And when she said it wasn't because the music was loud, it was the arguing and stuff. And we weren't dealing with that when she was away. We have worship music on, we're praying, we're going, and everything is just, the whole environment has just shifted, and so
But again, just to like, we did, when she came home, she did come home to a lot. We found out a lot of stuff. We were being totally deceived. And so there was a lot going on, but yeah, that's, I mean.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, can I follow up with a few questions of Mom?
Absolutely.
What happened with the shovel? Did Victoria approach you in the street with a shovel in her hand?
So I was driving out of my driveway and, you know, it's kind of high with snow, so it kind of took me a minute to get out. And I had my charger with me to plug in my car and she wanted the charger. So she came to my car like, you guys are leaving and you guys are gonna also leave me the charger. And I was like, I need my charger, Victoria. And she's like, you're not going nowhere unless you give me that charger. So she like grabbed it, but she like came walking up, but she put it back and just like shoved it, like threw it in the snow like that.
A shovel?
Yeah, and then she just came in and at that point, when I seen that, I just, to avoid all that, because my neighbor is passing by too right here, so I just gave her the charger and left.
All right, and then just a question, your husband is in Georgia right now, is that correct? Okay, does he plan to return to the home or you don't know?
He doesn't live with us.
Okay.
Yeah, he hasn't lived with us for years.
Okay, I meant,
And honestly, I don't know what he plans to do because I don't have contact with him.
Okay.
Again, he was like pretending to be like this Christian and do all this stuff,
Okay.
and come to find out he was doing a lot of bad things.
Thank you, I just want to have the court have a complete record, I appreciate that, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Delaney. Victoria, this is your opportunity to tell me what you want me to know.
I think I came home to a lot. I came home to a lady taking credit cards out my name and me finding out that my dad was having an affair with someone from my church that I trusted. And my dad relapsing. I don't know. I don't know.
You talked with your counselor about that?
No.
You talked to the fighter about all that?
No. I mean, yeah, I didn't drug test and there was no reason that was fully me. I don't do anything. I could have just drug tested. I don't know what to say. Like, I really don't. Like, I mean, I got all my grades up. Like, I have been making progress when it comes to that. It's just like I feel like I was really just set up for failure. I mean, I came home just to be home, and like when I got out of the suit, I had goals that I was gonna start driver's training and get a job, and I just got like slapped in the face with only being home, and like it was just really hard to just be home when I like seen my mom crying all day, and like I was just going through a lot. Like I was just like I came out of Juvie just to go through all of this. Like it was just a lot at one time.
How is that different than life in general? You know that life is not all about roses and rainbows, right?
Yeah.
Stuff with your dad could happen at any time. Stuff with your mom could happen. People get sick, cancer happens, car accidents happen, divorce happens. It's not fun, but everybody goes through it. How is this different than what every other kid in the high school goes through? I don't know either. That's why I'm asking you the question. I'm not here saying it's good. I agree with you. You went through some bad stuff. I don't have a problem with that.
It's just you guys just don't understand. It was like if you could even ask my mom, like when we would go to church, you would see my dad praying over all these people, and he's like, I would have never even thought he was relapsing or doing anything bad. Like I literally, like that was the best I've ever seen him. So it was just hard. And seeing my little sister, even like it just really affected my little sisters too. Like I don't know. I'm not saying that like that excuses my actions. I'm just saying I was really going through a hard time. Like I just came out of detention and I had all these community service things. I had to get all my grades up. Like it's hard.
Yeah. I don't have any reason to disbelieve you. In fact, I am 100% taking in what you're telling me, and I absolutely believe what you're telling me. It was hard, and you were disappointed in what your dad did. And it hurt to have him do those things to you. I don't minimize any of that. But my question to you is still the same. How does that justify you doing what you did?
I don't know. I just wanted to be by myself in my room. Like obviously I didn't mean to cause my mom or my little sisters any pain. I just wanted to be by myself. I mean,
The report says that you obtained a cell phone days after yours was confiscated by the probation department, in which you deliberately violated the court's order.
Your Honor, was that not like, was that after I came out of the suit?
After the Lion's Den, sorry. You got a cell phone.
Oh, yeah. I did.
That to me is manipulation. That's you doing something that you know you're not supposed to do.
Right, yeah,
Okay.
sorry, I forgot about that.
Stuff that happened at your mom's house since you've been back from the Sioux, using to ride the school bus, having friends over when your mom is at work. That's you making an intentional choice to not do what you know that you're supposed to do. The report says continuing to be volatile and disrespectful towards your mom, refusing to allow your sister you share a room with to sleep in her own bed, dragging her by her hair to remove her. Yes.
No.
Then tell me what happened.
Okay, so every weekend I'm the one that's watching my little sisters, cooking for them, cleaning my whole house, and I think I just got to the point where I just wanted to be in my room, and it's not that I just dragged her out of her room, like it's our room, but I think like we had gotten into a little tussle, and to you guys it might seem like that's very like it's extreme, but to me, to my family it's not. Like me and my little sister we're only 3 years apart, we're fighting all the time, but it's not like I just dragged her. Like she dragged me too, like trust me. Like we just get into fights. It goes both ways. It's not just me dragging my little sister by her hair. It's not like that at all.
You've been in the home for 19 days. 19.
Yep.
Less than 3 weeks.
Yep.
And that's after getting out of Juvie, where you were there for how many days?
30.
30 days. Did you think that you might have to be on your best behavior when you got out of Juvie?
Yeah.
And this is your best behavior?
No, it's not.
The report goes on to say that Victoria steals Melissa's phone charger and locks herself in her room until the phone battery is dead. Why do you get the phone charger when your mom doesn't?
No, I honestly don't even recall that. Like I really don't.
Doesn't change it.
Like I use my little sister's phone charger. I think I've maybe used my mom's phone charger 3 times, but I ask her before I do it.
That's not what this says.
Then, Your Honor, I really don't know why it says that, because I mean that's not true. And a lot of that stuff is honestly like exaggerated. It's not like I don't even know what to say. I mean, lock me up. Like I don't know what to say. Like I don't know.
So this is all not your fault?
I'm not saying that.
Then what are you saying?
I don't know what to do anymore. Like honestly, just lock me
Yeah,
up. I don't know.
you can't just figure out what I'm going to do and then tell me what I want to hear. That's what the problem is. Today, you don't know what I'm going to do, so you don't know what to say. That's the whole point I'm trying to get you to understand. Stop trying to manipulate people for what you want.
I promise you, I'm not manipulating.
Child. This page in the report where it talks about all the things that you did that your mother just got done talking about. You know what I wrote in the margin? Bully. I know that I tend to try to talk to you sometimes too much. And you're just going to tune me out at this point, but I'm going to say it anyway. because I hope at some point it sinks in. You are 15 now. Your 30-year-old self, I can hear as plain as day. And that person, you when you're 30, wants to know why you are making the decision that you are today. Because the decisions that you're making now are going to end up with you being barefoot, pregnant, with no job, no house, no money, no prospects, and having a 15-year-old you doing the exact same things that you're doing now, only the roles are going to be reversed. That's going to be you sitting there watching another 15-year-old person just like you creating the same mess all over again. You have got to be one of the smartest people that I know. You have the ability to charm people. You have the ability to be the life of the party. You have the ability to do things with your life that could be spectacular. But you can't get past whatever it is, anger. I don't know what it is. If I knew, I'd figure out how to get it out, but I can't, and you won't. Despite what it sounds like right now, I have not given up on you. Neither have they. That's why Ms. DeFighter is fighting so hard to get you into a long-term residential program so that hopefully you will learn what we're trying to get you to learn. But I'm not buying this. I didn't do anything, and it was just a misunderstanding, or it's just an accident, or it's blown out of proportion. You were only home for 19 days. You can't get in this situation without doing it on purpose. It's impossible. Things don't just happen like that. This is you creating chaos. This is you causing problems. This is you frightening your mom. This is you causing your sisters to have these issues. And your mom is right. You need to be out of the house. But your mom is also right that she wants you in the house because she sees the good that you could be. She understands, probably from her own childhood, that you will grow up at some point and that you will understand these things. And she doesn't want you to have the limitations that I just talked about with your 30-year-old self. She doesn't want you to be limited in many respects. I'm going to say it, and she's probably not going to like it, that she feels right now. She feels limited by the choices that she made when she was your age. That's why she talks to you the way she talks to you. That's why she tries to get you to do the things now so you don't make the same mistakes that she made. That's why everybody's working so hard to get you to see things differently. I grew up on a farm in the UP. We had horses and cattle, and we had fences all the way around the fields where the horses and cattle were let out. And we had one little Shetland pony who was supposed to be what we as kids would ride that horse, that pony, because he was smaller than all the rest. Pony was an escape artist. He figured out how to roll under a barbed wire fence by leaning on it and pushing at it and getting it to stretch out and moving the post so that he could roll under it and run away. because he didn't think that he was being treated fairly. He didn't get all the best hay because the other horses were bigger and faster and they'd grab it and run away with it. And he wouldn't be able to get it. He didn't get to be first in all of the races that they had. He didn't get to the water hole first. He didn't get curried first because he was shorter and smaller. And he didn't like it. He didn't like being ridden by us. Guess what happened to the pony? Eventually he got sold. He didn't get to live on the farm anymore. The fences weren't there to hurt him. The stuff that we did with him wasn't there to hurt him. It was there to protect him, because when he got out, he got in the way of cars. And when he got out, he didn't have the feed and the shelter and the water that he needed. He had his freedom, if you want to call it that, but he was trapped. He didn't know where to go. But he's out running around. He's free. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, sure.
Fences aren't there designed to stop you from having fun. They're not there designed to hurt you. They're designed to protect you. The things that we do in this court are those fences. We want you to understand where the boundaries are, where the limits of where you're supposed to go are. Not so that you are stunted, not so that you are held back, but so that you are protected while you're learning and growing until you can understand what the rest of us understand. So enough of me preaching. I'm going to follow the recommendations, and I'm very glad that Ms. DeFighter had a big plan in place for you. I hope that works.
It's fun. I'm going to Cali, we're good, right?
You could go to Hawaii. You could go to Timbuktu. You don't change. Problems here are going to be the problems there.
2 more years, right?
3.
My birthday's in 2 days. So.
Okay.
Thanks.
Child. The orders of the court will remain in full force and effect. Victoria will complete her previously court-ordered apology letter to her mother and turn it into the probation department by March 27th. Victoria will complete her previously court-ordered 25 hours of community service and turn it into the probation department by March 20th. Victoria will be placed at the Sioux Tribe's youth facility for up to 30 days as arranged by the probation department. Victoria will be transported to the Sioux Tribe youth facility by the court staff, Ms. DeFighter and Ms. McCleve, and Victoria's tether will be removed no sooner than her requirement for her placement at the Sioux Tribe youth facility. Victoria will follow the requirements of her tether until it is removed. When is the transportation likely to take place?
As soon as we can get the court order stating that she's placed.
Okay, so she's going back there until.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions, Mr. Delaney?
And then when the 30 days are up, or during that 30 days, you're looking for an alternate placement?
Yes.
Okay. And any idea what, I'm sure Victoria's going to ask me that, what that would be? What do you predict?
Time length?
Yes.
Roughly 6 months to a year.
Okay. And location?
I said earlier, potentially Midland or Jackson.
Okay.
Those are just some couple places that I'm looking at right now.
Questions, Mom?
So what happens if I move like in April or May?
That was my question of when you were planning on moving.
My lease is over in July, but I have spoke to my landlord and she said that I could leave, break the lease and leave earlier.
Okay.
So I am hopefully like it will be like by May or June.
Okay.
All right. Once you have a firm decision made about where you're going to be and the place that you're going to be moving to, please contact the probation department. We'll schedule this for a review hearing as early as we can. Prior to that occurring, then we'll make decisions about what happens at that time. Okay. Victoria, any questions?
So if she does good, is it like set in stone that she has to go to that other long-term facility or?
This placement is just temporarily a placement just to give me some time to get her into a residential placement.
So the residential is like 100%?
That's my plan.
Make any like changes or improvements to like?
Well, it sounds like she made great improvements last time she was at the Sioux Tribe. I do believe you said that they said that she was a star student, but then she came home and started doing things like this. So in the Sioux Tribe, it's kind of biased of how much progress she would make.
All right, that's the order of the court.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Remand to the room back there, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Herman.
Thank you. Good luck.
Your Honor, did Ms. DeFighter put contrary and reasonable on the record?
I did not.
Go ahead and do that, please.
Thank you. It is contrary to Victoria's welfare to remain in the home as Victoria continues to participate in delinquent behavior, refuses to follow probation rules set forth by her mother, uses vulgar language towards others, use illegal substances, and leave her home without permission. These actions leave her in the community unsupervised, at risk of educational failure, physical harm, and more severe future incarcerations. Reasonable efforts were made to prevent the removal of Victoria from the home, and they include intensive probation, community service, counseling referrals, counseling, anger management counseling, EDGE, art therapy, electronic device restrictions, random drug screenings, school monitoring, multiple essays, and apology letters, respect and problem-solving packets, police involvement, and tether placement.
Court adopts those as its own order. Very much. That's all for today.
Thank you.
Via Zoom,
All right.
and her mother just arrived.
Thank you. I do see Victoria. I see her mother. I do see juvenile department is here. Looks like we have everybody. This is set for a review hearing. I have reviewed the report from Ms. DeFighter. Ms. DeFighter, is there anything else that you want to add to that, please?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Delaney, have you received a copy of that report?
I have, yes.
Victoria, have you seen a copy of that report?
I have not, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Delaney, do you want to have a minute to talk with her about that in a breakout room?
Your Honor, if I could, I went over the report on Thursday with Victoria in person.
All right. Do you recall that now, Victoria?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right. That's all right. Do you need any additional time to speak with your attorney about that?
I do not believe so.
All right. Mom, have you seen a copy or had information about the report given to you?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to give each of the parties then an opportunity to address me about that before I decide what to do. So I'm going to start with Ms. DeFighter. Anything else that you want to add, Ms. DeFighter?
Your Honor, just one thing about the placement that I'm looking for Victoria. It's called Oakland County Children's Village. It is a 6 to 8 month residential placement, and they have a multitude of resources they can give Victoria. Some that we haven't seen when she was in the RISE treatment program, and then obviously some that we haven't seen when she's been in detention facilities. They have a pet therapy program connected to Teacher's Pets that pairs troubled youth with dogs to help them become more adaptable. I think that that's something that Victoria might be able to benefit from, to show, the dogs at her worth. She would be able to help them get a forever home, as, sometimes these dogs have problems with that if they are aggressive. The Oakland County Juvenile or the Children's Village has a interactive journal series that Victoria could not work ahead from. I do know when she was in the Ottawa County RISE treatment program, she was working ahead or trying to work ahead. So this would make sure that she goes at the same pace as all the other juveniles. I do think that this program would be extremely beneficial for Victoria, as she does continue to be defiant in the home and manipulative towards those around her, as we've seen at other placements.
All right. Thank you. I understand that you recently had an opportunity to do some screenings as well. Could you update me as to those, please?
Yes, Your Honor. So let me pull up my report here. I was able to perform the dispositional assessment on Victoria as well as the detention assessment on Victoria on Thursday when I went to the Sioux tribe, and she scored a 16 on the dispositional assessment, which is a moderate, and she scored a 5 on the detention assessment.
Is that a moderate as well, or is that a high?
That is a high. My apologies.
No, that's all right. Thank you very much. All right, I appreciate that update. Mr. Delaney, do you have any questions for Ms. DeFighter?
Just to clarify, the recommendation for Oakland is how long?
It's a 6 to 8 month residential treatment program.
And if the court orders that, when would that begin?
I have transporters ready to transport her after court is adjourned.
The 6 to 8 months, is that because Oakland will be giving you updates if she's placed there, and she could be there less than 6, longer than 8, or what do you know about the program?
What I know about the program is it is designed in a, like I was explaining, the interactive journals, you can't work ahead. So it determines if the youth wants to, get better and get out of the program, then they follow those whole journals. If they aren't doing what they need to do, if they're not being interactive in these journals, they're being defiant, they have to keep getting moved to the detention side, then it's going to take longer than 6 months to get the program completed.
If they do well, really well, is it 6 months anyway?
To my knowledge, I believe it's 6 months. I'm not sure. I'm sure that they can give us more of an update once Victoria gets down there of how she does and if she's taking the program seriously or not.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Delaney, do you have any comments that you wish to make?
Candidly, I think that the court has a fair assessment and view of Victoria and her history. Victoria has on occasions multiple times been defiant, but also the court's been fair with her. She's had some points where we thought she was going to be doing well, and there was a point in which the court thought he'd be getting off probation. Things were going really well. I think in totality, knowing this court, knowing the history of this case, that the court is going to place her in Oakland County. So irrespective of my level of advocacy, not that the court's mind is made up, it's just that the court knows her history, and the court is going to be, I think, ordering this in her best interest. I do want to indicate that Victoria's family is moving to California. I think mom will tell the court that. I've not encountered that. This is a post adjudication. And Victoria, that means you've already been found responsible for all these things. And it's a placement issue where I believe it's if the person hasn't been found responsible yet, the court can move the case to the county where the offense allegedly occurred. I think that's the rule. I haven't looked at it. I know we're coming back in a week, Judge. And so if the court wants me to review that, I will. But I believe they're going to California, and mom will tell you that probably in early May. And she's kind of confirming that. But those are two different issues. So I'm just going to focus on Oakland at this point. And I think that the court is going to order that because it believes that's what's in Victoria's best interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. And I would be happy to receive some research from you on that issue if you'd like to do that. I believe you're correct. That's my understanding as I sit here right now as well. But I'm always open to research and new knowledge. So if you want to, go ahead and do that.
Okay.
All right. Mom, your thoughts?
Did you get a chance to read my letter?
I went through it with my staff. Yes.
Okay. So, again, we're in the process of moving. Victoria, her dad was supposed to be here. I don't know if he's attempting to get on the Zoom as well. Victoria, I've already reached out to her tribe, her tribal office. Victoria comes from a very big tribe in California, which has already reassured me there's lots of resources for her in the tribe to work with her, and a lot of programs that
her father and I both have, are going to get her involved in. They've also, there's just a lot of things like I wanted to bring up. There's hasn't been a lot of communication and corresponding. There was court on the 14th and it was canceled. I wasn't even notified. I took off work. Riley going to visit Victoria. There's not any communication as far as her progress to talk about the good things that Victoria has done. It's always been, none of that has been mentioned. There's a lot of things that she needs to get to the doctor's office. She's missed doctor's appointments and I've had to reschedule them about getting her medication evaluated and getting that taken care of, because moving to California, it's going to take months to get her seen. I feel that Victoria needs to, she has no, if I move to California, she's not going to have any support out here, no one to come and visit her. This is supposed to be something that we're working, not to punish her. There was no cop called on any of occasion. She came home to a very bad situation, and all around. I've been doing counseling and already on my 9th week. I mean, let's talk about Victoria's progression, how when I call the facility that she's at, how they say that she's a remarkable, outstanding, hasn't given them any problems, any issues, getting straight A's, There's a lot of things that I could elaborate on with her probation officer. I just feel like this is a very personal issue. When I'm in the room to go talk with them both, it's just like very unprofessional. Like them both. And I know Victoria needs to respect her because she's an elder and her title, but it also goes both ways. It's supposed to be from wanting to reach and have compassion for these teenagers that are going through life struggles and are going to have rocky past. They're going to have attitudes and have stuff, but we're not supposed to punish them. We're supposed to be there to help them get through it. So I want to make sure that this is the best interest for my child, not because out of anger or because Victoria has said some things about her younger sister and it's personal. Victoria shares a lot to me, and Victoria doesn't feel that she's trying to help her in her best interest. Now, Riley was very new to our case, a brand new probation officer. So I always hear, I'm not sure, I don't know. This is new to me. I've never had this case before. So it's very questionable to me. And, if I have to get a lawyer or have her tribe help out, because they're always willing to help their welfare of their people.
Anything else?
No, sir. Thank you.
I see that Ms. Bruker is with us. Ms. Bruker, from the prosecution standpoint, anything that you want to add?
I apologize for being late, Judge. I have reviewed Riley's report. I don't have very much to add to that that's not already in the report. I know we've spent a lot of time at other hearings. We have praised Victoria many times at other hearings. We all know she's very smart. We all know she does very well when she's in placement. But the question has always been what happens once she gets home from placement.
Thank you very much. Victoria, what is it you want to tell me?
Your Honor, to be honest, I don't know what I would do if my mom was across the country and I was left in Michigan. I mean, my mom's right. I mean, I wouldn't have any support. And when I go to California, Your Honor, I'm not just expecting to get off probation. That's not what I expect. I mean, I know I'm going to be on probation when I go out there too. It's just like, I don't think that's going to help me. Like, I'm going to be all alone.
Anything else that you want me to know, Victoria?
No, Your Honor.
How are you doing at the Sioux tribe right now?
I'm doing good.
What are you working on?
I'm trying to get as much credit for school as I can.
Okay. Other than school, are you working on any of the issues that brought you to where you're at? Any of the defiance, any of the violent behaviors, any of the anger management, any of those kinds of things?
Well, this is a juvie, so we don't really get, like, it's not like a residential, so I don't really like do a lot of talking, or like I don't really know what you mean by that, to be honest, Your Honor, but I do a lot of thinking and I definitely want to change my ways when I go home. But I do have therapy with Jeanette. And we talk about, I think it's like once every week, and we've continued with that.
Hey,
What do
Judge,
you
can I say
think that you
something?
need the most to have this never
Lord.
happen again?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What do you think that you need the most in order for this problem, this being in juvenile detention, to never happen again?
To be honest, Your Honor, when I went home, it was only me going to therapy, and I think me and my mom both need to go to therapy. I think me and my mom just need to work on how we talk to each other, and I definitely need to go to therapy myself for my anger. But I think it would be very beneficial if me and my mom both went to therapy together and tried working on our cons.
What stopped you from doing that here?
Well, I think Jeanette thought it would be more beneficial if just me and her did therapy, because before me and my mom were both doing therapy, and then it just got changed to me and Jeanette, and then me and my mom never went back to therapy.
My understanding of that is that you failed about 50% of the time to go to therapy, or when you did, you didn't participate well. And Ms. Sayre did a recent update of your information that you retained. She said, you know the information. You understand the information. You just refuse to use it. So what do I do about that?
I don't know, Your Honor. I know I have things to work on, but I mean, I really, I don't know. I know I have things to work on. I think if me and my mom both went to therapy together, it would benefit us.
When we released you to your mom from juvenile last time,
Right.
you caught another domestic violence charge against her as the victim. And you absolutely terrorized the two young children in your home, to the extent that your mother said that she was intimidated and afraid of you, as were the other children. How am I supposed to put you back in that same home when you've already done that?
Your Honor, things were so blown out of proportion. Like, I'm sure my mom could advocate that. Like, things were very blown out of proportion. Like, I mean, that's my family. I'm gonna have to go back to my family.
You're right, you are. But I'm not going to put you back there until you can control your behavior.
And Your Honor, that's why I'm trying to go to therapy with my mom, so we could both know how to talk to each other better. I mean,
You had that chance. You had more than enough times to do that. You decided that you weren't going to go. You decided that you were going to do things your own way. You decided that you were going to be physical and intimidating and out of control at home. That was not just one time. That was a pattern of behavior. That's why you are where you are, because you cannot be trusted on your own in public. I hate to say that because I believe that you have a bright future in front of you. I believe that you have the intelligence to do amazing things. But you are a 4-year-old child inside who wants what she wants, when she wants it, and how she wants it, and is not afraid to hurt people around her in order to get it. And I will not have that 4-year-old child ruin your life. You will learn how to grow up before I will send you home. Do you understand me?
yes, Your Honor. I just really don't understand how my mom being across the country with my family and
That's
leaving
her
me in
choice.
Michigan myself,
That
and
that is
leaving
not
me in
that is not
Michigan,
my choice. That is
and
her
leaving me in
choice.
Michigan by myself, all with nobody here. I have no other family here, mind you. I don't understand how that's gonna help me.
Your
Me
mother
being
can zoom in and call you and visit you anytime that she wants,
Your
just
Honor,
like
that's
she
not what
can
I'm
right
talking
now in
about.
Michigan. There is no difference. She can come see you
There's no
anytime she wants.
Your Honor, there's no difference from my mom being across the country.
She can come see you anytime that she wants. She can make an appointment and go see you anytime she wants.
Your Honor, you're not being very open-minded right now, because it's not that easy. My mom has other kids, and she has a life and she has a job. She can't just leave that.
Yes, ma'am. Life is hard. And it's time you learned that lesson. Anything else that you want to tell me, Victoria?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. DeFighter, would you put on the record reasonable efforts and contrary and reasonable standards, please?
Yes, Your Honor. It is contrary to Victoria's welfare to remain in the home as Victoria continues to participate in delinquent behavior, refuses to follow probation rules and rules set forth by her mother, uses vulgar language towards others, uses illegal substances, and leaves her home without permission. These actions leave her in the community unsupervised, at risk of educational failure, physical harm, and more severe future incarcerations. Reasonable efforts were made to prevent the removal of Victoria from the home, and they include intensive probation, community service, counseling referrals, counseling, anger management counseling, EDGE, art therapy, electronic device restrictions, random drug screens, school monitoring, multiple essays and apology letters, respect and problem-solving packets, police involvement, and tether placement.
Thank you very much. The court adopts those as findings of itself. I would simply add to the contrary and reasonable that Victoria has been violent and intimidating on a number of occasions, specifically towards her mother and her young siblings. And that is also the reason for the court's actions in this particular case. The court will follow the recommendations, including that all prior orders and will remain in full force and effect. Victoria will be released from the Sioux Tribe Youth Facility on today's date to be transported by Ed and Donna Thoma. She will then be placed at the Oakland County Children's Village on today's date, and she will remain there until she successfully completes that program. And that transportation will again be done by Ed and Donna Thoma. The Children's Village staff or any other residential facility staff are given permission to move Victoria to a facility of greater physical restrictive placement, including secure placement for up to 14 days without requesting a review hearing. I look forward to receiving good reports from you, Victoria, of your behavior and your learning at the.
We both know that's not going to happen. You are a very stuck-up man. You are a very stuck-up man.
Victoria, please. Victoria, please.
Victoria, don't say nothing.
It is my sincere belief, Victoria, that the 4-year-old doesn't continue to win. You are remanded to Oakland County. That will conclude today's hearing.
Thank you.